What are the world's hardest games? Among many people, Souls games are considered the hardest type of games to play. But what are Souls games? Made by From Software, Souls games are typically revolving around stamina-based combat and dealing with challenging enemies, but the main highlight being the wide variety of challenging bosses. They've made 7 games like this, and I've tried 4 of them. Never beaten a single one. I'm that bad. But enough was enough. Just to make it a tiny bit harder for myself, if I die to a single boss 50 times before I finish the game, I either need to reset or give up and never touch the game again. Starting with Dark Souls 1 Remastered. Going into Dark Souls 1, I was very nervous because I didn't know what to expect from Dark Souls. Almost right away, I'm thrown into my first boss fight to start this journey. So I want to see how well I fare. Oh. I'm not meant to kill this, am I? Yeah, you're not supposed to fight this boss yet. I even wasted a rare item I selected to help me along the journey. I thought it was a flask, which is what you use to heal in Dark Souls. Oh wait, hold on, let me rest and get my my things back. Where did my flask go? Did they not come back? Me and that boss would have to part ways for now. It was basically a tutorial area to give you your basic needs. It was time to run it back. Ah, hey buddy, you tried that, I saw you. Yeah, no, not today. Oh! Yeah, you're dead, buddy, sorry. You know what? Not bad, could have been better. But first boss is done. But this is where the game really kicks off. Currently, I'm in the central hub, and there are 3 ways you can go from here. Let's say it's easy, medium, and hard. I wear glasses for a reason. I'm blind, but even they couldn't help me see that there were 2 other ways I could have gone. I go down the hard route. It was only downhill from here. These skeletons were like mini bosses, individually. I was too weak to even 1v2. I spent 30 minutes in this tiny area alone, just failing. You know what, should I just run through more? My enjoyment of the game was up here, when I beat the boss. It's now down here once I reach this area. It was terrible. I finally managed to get past them thinking the worst of it was over. But oh, was I wrong. What's worse than skeletons? Skeletons that will come back to life. I thought he could get the jump on me. Nah, I was ready for that time.
I think we ain't done yet.
Okay.
I think.
What the hell? I was so confused and miserable until I realized I had to kill a summoner. But it wasn't even that easy to do that. One hour in, I already wanted to stop playing. Okay, thank God for that. Oh my God, dude. Thankfully, I persisted until I reached. Oh, wait. What the hell are you, dude? The skeleton wheels. It just never ends with this area. But then, a shining light came. I had been leveling up my strength the entire time, so I was able to use a weapon that required this amount of strength and let me start two-shotting them with a heavy attack. I was actually starting to have a bit of fun again, for about 5 minutes. That one right there. I felt like I was back at square one, so I decided it's time to grind. I grinded so hard and was now able to wield a weapon that would change my game forever. All I've been doing is doing this, getting them to roll into me, getting them here, and getting them to focus on here, and then just doing this type of stuff. Damn, that had a lot of damage. That boss, dead. Giant skeletons, easy. Skeleton beast, easy. Okay, actually a little bit difficult. You don't understand how relieved I was to see light at the end of the cave I had been stuck in for what felt like years. Oh my God, I did it. I finally got out of that cave, bro. Except I couldn't progress past this point, which was kind of frustrating because I had to fight my way all the way back, which wasn't hard. Just tedious. Then I found the other way I was supposed to go. Nope, wasn't meant to go here either. I was pretending to be a ghostbuster for no reason. So I had to go back once again to the central hub and finally go down the easy route. Now the start may have been miserable, but one thing it did do was train me to be very strong. I was breezing through this whole section until I reached my next boss, which was different. It was a 1v2 boss fight, kinda. Oh, you are lucky. Oh, you're so dead, I'm sorry. Huh? There we go. I struggled a bit for some reason. Finally we have armor. I had finally reached a big part in the game. Everything was going well. I'm killing bosses easily, I'm killing enemies easily. I'm having fun. What could go wrong? Oh! The enemies in the Darkroot Basin were an actual challenge now because magic had been brought into it. I had to overcome it by simply being a little more thoughtful of the moves I made and who I actually went for first. You're a mushroom person. Oh, you're nice. Aww. Oh. I'm friends with your family. I'm sorry. Oh! I lived. It was pretty challenging, but I fought through it and reached the boss, which actually does something I hadn't experienced in a while. Oh. Help. It actually killed me. I was a little surprised, but I was up for the challenge. The wolf was so unsure if it wanted to be an attack dog or a normal dog, so it wasn't hard for me to beat it. It kinda glitched out. I mean, I'll take it. This next thing surprisingly wasn't a boss, and it wasn't too bad to be honest. Better yet, I found something game changing. A ring that absorbs HP whenever you kill an enemy. This honestly might be a little OP. And I've got all my health back now too. That actually feels a lot better. But I did not care because I knew there was going to be a boss coming up. With a form like that, being called Gaping Dragon, questionable name, I knew I was finished. To make it worse, on the way back I got cursed with black magic. There was only one way to get to the guy who can help me in Ghost Town, running all the way back to Central Hub, which thankfully I had some shortcuts too. Then I had to go all the way down to Ghost Town and get through all of these random ghosts to find this random man on a roof. Then I needed to go all the way back to fight the boss again. Huh? Okay, bro, chill. Yeah, GG's though. Never kill me again. I then reached what would be one of my favourite areas to explore, because it felt so creepy and was so expansive as well, although it was only a slight challenge here and there. From this point on, I'm introduced to two new things. The first thing is a poison swamp. At first I thought I needed an item, but you can basically just run around it, and along with the ring I have, health wasn't much of an issue. But then I was introduced to the second thing, the Souls community. Amazing chest ahead, yeah? Definitely not a boss. My shield doesn't protect against this. Huh? Damn. Oh, whoa. Like, we could have talked this out, but he didn't want to. It was first try as well, by the way. Oh, amazing chest. Oh my god, I just realized. Okay. I was like, where's the chest? It's like from this point on, whenever there would be a woman or someone bent over nearby, you can guarantee there would be a message around. It was so stupid, but it was like a running gag, and I love it. I don't know about you, but when you play games, can you tell when you're reaching an endgame? Why was I in hell fighting an actual demon god? Like, is this still Dark Souls? No surprise, I kinda struggled against this guy. His attacks were so big, and messing up once was bad enough to get me kinda low, so it took the most attempts so far, which led to the lava clearing out so I could explore as much as I wanted. Honestly, I expected this area to be harder than it turned out to be, because hell. But the only problem were these worm looking things which would just spew out some liquid, and that would deteriorate my armor and weapon very quickly. But once again, I couldn't explore any further. I eventually found my way into Sen's Fortress, and let me tell you, this place is ruthless. Oh, hell! Oh, he's alive, but this section was really fun. It had death runs, hidden chests that eat you, and possibly the easiest boss so far in the game. Oh. Oh. Bro, you good? What? Until I got kidnapped and taken to Anno Londo. However, this is probably one of my favourite areas, but also one of the more annoying areas in the game, weirdly enough. Since it is endgame, I get a lot of XP in the area. I was doing pretty well for myself, but I was not ready for what was waiting for me. Let me up. I just lost all my XP, and it's quite possibly in the worst spot it could be in. So I get back 80k. I try again, almost 100k. It's honestly just like 3 levels at this point, but they were valuable. I go back and I'm like, okay, let me try shoot from here. How did I miss again? I wasn't sad that I died, it's how I died. It was the worst way to lose 100k. I was so annoyed with myself and that area, it was time for another time skip. 100k, not enough. 250k, not enough. I grinded 500k to make up for my mistake. All so that I could look cooler. If this ain't aura, I don't know what is. I had nothing to lose anymore. How? Excuse me? Get out of my way. Everything that came after this didn't even come close to the frustration I felt during that moment. I even thought maybe I should switch it up a little and use a dragon club, but why change what works? I even had another 1v2 boss fight. It wasn't completely easy, but one time was all I was willing to give them. Bro? 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 There we go, there we go. One down. Don't tell me they're gonna fuse. Oh, they fused. Great. Just what I needed. Oh, what's that? You're about to die? Too bad. I don't care. Die. Oh, one hit? Yeah, you're dead, buddy. Not too bad. Second try, I think? But finally, something I wished for arrived. Let me see this gorgeous view. There. Oh my god. No, not the giant woman, but the item she gave me. Not only can I finally go through the yellow gates, but now I can finally teleport. An actual godsend. Thank you, Lord. It was time to wrap this game up. The first Lord boss was a little dragon. It was a scripted boss, but it must have sensed that I was black or something because I was in jail immediately. I was basically in prison break now, and I was training in the crystal dimension. I even learned how to fly. Okay, maybe not, but this boss was not killing me again. Oh, wait. He still has that move in his arsenal. GG's, my friend. GG's. You ain't doing that again. Good fight though, good fight. You were kinda tough, kinda tough. The next Lord boss was waiting for me, and honestly, this one was pretty easy. Let's go, wake up. Wake up, buddy. What are you? Giant skeleton? You're a giant? I bet. You're easy to beat. It basically only sent out skeletons that could one-shot with my weapon anyway, and if you got close, it would do a blast, and that same blast would kill the skeletons for you. Let's go! First try. Even worse is when the next Lord boss was easily the worst boss I had to fight so far. Called it the Bed of Chaos because this boss will bore you to sleep. It's just a puzzle boss which saves your progress even when you die, which was so weird in Dark Souls. This is the boss that I died to the most because all it does is a sweep attack that will push you down into the hole. Oh, is that it? Oh, wait, and I didn't have to do that like from the start? Really? On a better note, the next boss was very cool. Sure? Hello? Bro, this is pitch black. What do you want me to do here? Oh! Actually terrified me, I can't lie. Don't tell me there's two.
Yeah, buddy.
I see another one there, bro. There we go. But I saw a second one there, but that was actually terrifying though, I can't lie. I had finally collected all I needed to trigger the Lord Vessel and open the final gate to fight my first ever Final Souls boss. I'm thinking about it, I should have got fire defense. Well, you do a lot of damage. I hadn't died this many times that I was struggling in a while, so instead I used the environment to my advantage. I'd use that small chance to hit him bit by bit. No. Fatal mistake. I've done it. Please tell me that was the final boss. I cheesed the hell out of that boss. I don't care for the rules, okay? I don't care for the rules. Soul of Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. Tell me that was the last boss. Link the Fire. If I get the credits right now, I'm going to be so happy. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I finally beat my first ever Souls game. I finally beat a Souls game, oh my god. I actually can't believe I beat a Souls game. To be fair, it's the first one, it will be the easiest one. But still, I beat a Souls game. At the end of the video, I'll be ranking each game and going into more specifically why I liked or either didn't like the game. So for now, let's just say I'm very pleased. Now, seeing as how Dark Souls 1 wasn't as hard as I thought it would be, surely Dark Souls 2 can't be that much harder, right? Oh my god, you don't understand how focused I was in that. Out of the trilogy, Dark Souls 2 is the infamous one. I know a lot of people aren't too fond of this game, I just didn't know why. The one thing I was expecting for it to be though was to be a little less polished than Dark Souls 1 Remastered because it came out earlier. First impressions of the game, so far I'm liking it. There's a huge improvement by letting you teleport from the start of the game, and the visuals were also pretty good, despite coming out in 2014. The only thing I was kinda iffy on was the durability of weapons. It seemed like it played a bigger role in this game. Another thing I found interesting was that the ring I loved in the last game was back, and it was being sold, so I wanted that immediately. And that's all the positive things I have to say. Let me show you why. I did go the wrong way at first, but went back and found the right way. It was a bit challenging, but nothing too crazy. I actually managed to save up the amount of souls I needed for the ring pretty quickly, so I was happy. But even this couldn't protect me from what I was about to get into. What you're looking at here is me getting jumped. Hey, they're ambushing me. I fully got ambushed. I just couldn't fight back. Something felt off. Firstly, you only start with one flask. The only other thing that can heal you is a limited healing item called life gems. So I didn't want to waste them all, especially because I found out that there's a delay. Oh, what move? Oh, I hate how long you're staggered for. See what I mean by like everything just takes long. What do you want me to do here when I take so long to do any sort of action? Everything just took its sweet time in this game. But wait, it only got worse. I'm looking at my health and I just thought, oh, well, that looks like a weird design for a health bar. Oh, each time I die I get less health. Genuinely, I hated this mechanic. The only thing this did was make me invest more into health so that even when my health is cut, I'm still happy with the amount that I have. And the extra little bit that I don't have is just like extra health I need just in case I'm really struggling in the game. Since you can get it back if you use a human effigy. I just had to deal with it, but thankfully I was able to get through the ambush and finally reach my first boss, an hour into the game. Please? Okay. I can beat him, it's just that the lock-on was annoying and it was on his torso. Be patient. Gonna do it again. There we go. Get them ankles. The big and slow bosses are fairly easy for me at this point. There wasn't anywhere else for me to go, so I looped back around to the harder location, which was definitely difficult. Alright, there's a third one and that one. They took a lot of maneuvering, but not to mention the smaller knights. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Oh! To me, he was very hard, so I decided to do a bit of grinding just to have somewhat of a chance against them. Okay, so I've been killing for like a decent amount, but I've done it so much now that like they've just stopped spawning. But it's fine. I took matters into my own hands. There we go. Ooh, get in that chest. It was worth it because in the chest was a ring that stopped my health from reducing to 50% to only 75%, which was huge. During my time grinding, I did find the dragon, but I knew I would get cooked in seconds. But I'll be back. The next boss was easy, but that's about as easy as it got in this game. No Man's Wharf wasn't lying. No man should be here. However, I do manage to make a friend. You go around these games solo all the time, so having a companion was actually nice. You're gonna go in, you're gonna shine your light at them, they're gonna be like, ah, it's too bright. And you're gonna be like, let me actually advance on them. And while you're advancing, I'm gonna be right behind you. I'm gonna sneak them, they're not gonna even realize that I was there. Right. What? You ready? He was the only thing keeping me sane in this area because I died so many times and lost so many souls. So I lost about 13k last time. I'm gonna just grind and get my souls back up. All I can really do about the situation that happened last time. So I did some grinding. Died like 10 times during that whole grind session, but it's okay. We got 20k now. After I come back here, you'll notice that the enemies don't spawn anymore like the other place. This time I died so much that I had to kill them again, that they just stopped spawning. I was able to get a new weapon, but back onto the topic of durability. The durability on this weapon was trash, so I didn't even want it. Not only that, but when I said I was going to invest in health, I meant it. Every single ring right now is just helping with my health. At this point, I just wanted to progress. I didn't want to be in this area any longer. Sorry buddy. Honestly, you were kind of blocking the way anyway. I actually feel kind of sad that I killed him. He was a nice type around, you know what I mean? I even tried to proceed by myself, but it just didn't feel right. So I rested at the bonfire and got him back. We were in this together. We were going to find the One Piece. There was a boss waiting below the ship, and it was a decent boss, not too bad. But the real sadness was that my friend didn't come with me to the next location. Not gonna lie, I forgot I even left him there. This place was pretty challenging. I just needed to be patient, but I wasn't ready for what was going to be waiting for me once I came back here. Where am I going? Man, what the hell are you? I had no idea what I was fighting. If that wasn't enough, I got invaded. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Matt, hey, hey, you ain't touching me, buddy. You ain't touching me, buddy. Hey. Wait, hold on. How much damage do I do to him? Oh no. No, just come here. Just come here. Just do it. Just do it now. Just well, please. I'm a poor defenseless man. Please. Go away. He taught me a new way to get down, actually. Hey! Why were you waiting for me, bro? Do something. After that, it wasn't too bad. I was progressing as normal until I found something I was a little curious about. Now I know some Souls players have a thing against summoning, but I just wanted to have a little fun. One thing I didn't realize though is that they only appear for boss fights. Can I summon both? Yo! This is really cool. This boss felt like he was in Jujutsu Kaisen. He was just getting jumped 3v1. Leave me alone! Oh! You guys lived! Oh! What? That was a... No. I was actually kinda sad because it felt like we had a little group going on, just for me to end up being alone again. But one thing I didn't account for, the game would remember this unfair fight. Boss fight, here we go. 3? Help!
Yeah, buddy, you're done.
Help! I had to do some upgrades to have a bit of an easier time in this fight. There we go. One hit done. I need to get down. Come on, throw an attack. Okay, that's another one done. There we go. Not too bad. And I got my souls as well, so that's even better. 33k, 42k, damn. The fight for my life didn't stop. The game just loved to give me this enemy for some reason and said, you know what, 1v3 isn't enough. One died, one came. The total was 1v6 and they were just tagging in. It was stressful, but it was fun to be constantly aware of my surroundings. Oh, let's go. Oh, God. That was a lot. You fell off, didn't you? Why? I just had enough. From this point on, I was a little lost. Areas I thought I needed to go to weren't leading me anywhere, but then it hit me. The dragon. Not gonna lie, the hardest part was actually just getting to the dragon without burning alive, because once you're there, you just have to play the inside game. But it was the next boss that was the coolest boss so far. Oh, not good. Oh, not good. He's very hard. He just straight up destroys me, so I was excited for the challenge, just to beat him second try. This time you're not very good. Just not very good the second time. What happened? I genuinely thought you'd be stronger. I found out that my favorite bosses are ones that give me some sort of challenge. Not to the point of being frustrated, but like to the point where I need to learn and adapt to how they play. One thing I really liked was that my last boss was more of a human type enemy, but this next boss was completely different too. It was a chariot going around in a circle and you'd need to reach the end while avoiding it to close the gate. Even though it was kinda frustrating. How? No. Bro, no way. It was something different and I'm glad that they experimented with it. Now that we've had something different, time for something familiar. A poison area. This one was actually harder than the last game. You can't just run through it and heal later, you'd actually have to use a poison item. Crazy, I know. There were a good variety of enemies, but odds are you'll just die only once or twice because you got caught off guard. Damn! Even the boss was just kind of sad. Like, I actually just felt bad. Funnily enough, I felt like changing my weapon. Turns out it's the same weapon I rejected in Dark Souls 1. I love this weapon in this game for some reason. It did take a bit of getting used to, so I was going back and forth between killing and dying, but I was able to reach the next boss, which was a poison boss. Just what I didn't want to do, because my dealer up and dipped after I bought from him only a single time, but I had no other choice, so my alternative was just making full use of life gems. I didn't expect it to go well, but I actually managed to pull through. I actually met a dude here who dressed up with ladders, I guess, because he made a ladder able to go to the depths of the earth. Its location was basically Blighttown x Dark Skeleton Cave from Dark Souls 1. You could actually light the place up, which was pretty nice to look at once you had done a whole lot. So I thought the poison area was done, but it was back in another form. A poison dart area. It did have one thing which I never thought I'd experience in a Souls game. Dark Spirit? Oh, this is what we need a team for? I bet. Are you are not on our level, bro. Oh god. Oh, good hits. Well done, guys. Got one down. See, if I did this solo, it would be the same experience as always, but because I had summons, it made it a memorable experience. Can't say the same for the next boss though. It was an experience I wanted to forget. It felt like I was dying in the worst ways, like trying to drink my flask but it takes too long. Being literally bodied into the fire. Or the game just deciding it wants me to die. How? This was probably the most focused I had been for a boss in this game, but I managed to do it. This next area felt like it came straight out of Berserk, which I know was a big inspiration for Dark Souls. The Misty Forest I feel like should have been utilized way more because I loved it, but it's a pretty small area. But when you're playing Souls games, you'll occasionally see White Goose, which is another player's recent movements. In the Misty Forest, the enemies are basically ghosts, so it was very easy to be confused. I don't know what's real and what's fake. Oh, you're fake. Or they ambushed me properly. Bro, I'm fighting ghosts, I'm fighting my demons. I had to move on though, which eventually led me to some messages. Be wary of tongue in short, tight spots. You already know what's behind the fog wall. She wasn't too bad to beat, but she did take a couple of attempts. Now I'll let you guys know something. I hate spiders with a passion. Once they're above average size, they're basically demon spawn to me. This game proceeds to put me in my worst nightmare. I did not want to stay here longer than I needed to, but I already knew what the boss of this place was gonna be. Please don't tell me that they're coming as well. This was challenging because I didn't really know how to avoid this wannabe Pokemon's Ice Beam, so I tried to stay in close just to find out it had a hard body. But I have seen something like this before. In solo leveling. I'm not even joking, this is how I knew to attack its face. Get out of here, spider, please. Oh, thank god. And my reward? There we go. Whoa! Don't tell me you're another boss. Dude just wanted to prank me, I guess.
May we meet again?
Alright, bye buddy. See you next time. Can you like warn me next time you come out? Thanks. Then I stumbled upon this castle, which just had that final area type of aura about it. Not to mention the maiden was here, and she ain't ever moved before. Surprisingly, this place wasn't too bad. I did find an item that definitely wouldn't lead to my ruin in the future. I think the thing that caught me off guard the most was the return of past enemies and bosses. That's the one thing that I really like about the Souls genre. Like Souls as a whole, I just love leveling up and like fighting past enemies that were like once an issue, and now to be able to one-shot them. I feel like I've progressed so much just from that, because again, I've never beaten these types of games, so like to be able to reach this point it feels great, to be honest. I really enjoyed the stormy castle kind of vibe this place gave as well, because it was pretty fun to go through. I was doing great, but of course I was bound to get humbled. The mirror shield reflects attacks if you even slightly touch it. Oh. Bye. No! Hello? Come on, bro. Just hit him. I give up, bro. I give up, bro. Leave me alone, just kill me. That was the only difficulty I had to overcome. Though, the humbling wasn't done there. So I'm sure you can tell, the skeleton area from Dark Souls 1 is my most hated area right now. We might have found one that might rival that. Having a ranged magic attack paired with a fast melee enemy, my brain just didn't get the timing, so I was stuck here for at least 20 tries. You can't finish me off, right? You... Huh? Huh? I don't care. I don't care. I'm just trying to get to the boss room now. Bro, unless I fumble super hard, I'm just not happening. I fumbled. Now this boss wasn't easy, but it wasn't hard either. It was the right amount of challenge and I got rewarded greatly once again. Finally out of the area, thank God. Thank God I am done with that. But now this felt endgame, because the enemies were doing a ton of damage now, but I could also beat them easily. But I had finally reached the king and got the king's ring, which was what I needed to finish this game. But the game had one last twist waiting for me. Remember that flower I found earlier on? So I used it to go into this portal, right? But the enemies felt weak. So I suspected it might be DLC, because the game does come with DLC. But I couldn't anticipate my death limit being challenged in this area. Ava was a menace. This felt like a final boss to me. Getting the timing right on this boss was incredibly difficult for me because it also did a lot of damage, so I'd panic a lot. I tried by myself, died. I tried with summons, died. But I tried again and again, and I was slowly getting better bit by bit. I didn't even want summons to ruin my flow. I was really nervous because it felt awfully close to my death limit and I didn't know how many times I had died at this point. If I was gonna win, I needed to enter my flow state. I finally did it! Oh my god, I finally did it! Oh my god, you don't understand how focused I was in that, bro. Oh my god, my heart was beating so fast. I thought I was gonna mess up at that final hurdle. It took not 10, not 20, not 30, but 35 attempts to beat Ava. And this wasn't even the final boss of this area. That's the insane part. The gates of hell, bro? That just a trial for me to enter? I just, you know what? Oh, never mind, that's a gate for you to come out. Oh. Ouch. Damn, bro! Are you gonna help me? If he's here, I feel like I have to do that all over again, don't I? If so, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. I didn't sign up for DLC. I'm just trying to beat the base game here. We're now in the finale of this game. So I was going around places which required the King's Ring to be used. I had to beat a dragon, same tactic as always, which led me to a really cool location, just full of dragons. This area wasn't bad at all. I was a little confused what the item at the end was for, but I'm sure it was useful for something. The next area was the Land of Giants. I needed to beat a giant boss this time, but once again, same tactic. This also gave me a key item. But then, we reached the third door, which contained the Stairway to the Void. This just felt like I was about to fight the hardest boss, rivaling even Ava. A 2v1 with not a whole lot of space to move. Oh, I did not realize there was a... whoops. They even had the power of friendship. I needed to think about this tactically. So, I made them power up at the same time. For some reason. Don't know why, but... There we go. I'm sure I had to do it at the same time, so that's why I hurried at the end there. Cause that guy was just kneeling, he didn't die. It worked, but it wasn't done there. Oh, you're the one that I need to kill. The one that was waiting for me, huh? Now Chandra wanted me immediately. Genuinely, what does that mean? Laser beam? She's the final boss. There was no way I was going to beat her first try. She's an interesting final boss. The main difficulty you need to overcome is that she'll deal a whole ton of curse damage that will bite away at your health. So much like for the poison boss, I used life gems to counteract that. It still wasn't easy though, because her melee attacks hurt. But I refused to die at the final hurdle. Oh. Oh no, I should have gone closer. No, I was trying to drink my flask. Yes! Let's go! It took many attempts, but I finally managed to beat my second Souls game. This is the second longest Souls game you can play, and it just happened to be the one that I was kinda iffy on. I have a lot of thoughts, but once again I'll go into depth when I'm ranking every game by the end, hopefully. But now it's time to move on to the final game of the trilogy. Dark Souls 3. The end of the trilogy and the end of the training arc. I didn't think I'd ever touch Dark Souls, let alone get to the last one. I heard a lot of good things about this game though, so I was very excited to get into it. Right away, a huge improvement in the gameplay. The delay was gone. I felt like a free man. One thing I'm also seeing, is that durability? I think it might be durability, but it is lasting a while. Dark Souls 2 said nah, the durability don't need that. It felt so much smoother. It was like night and day and I just started. Saying that, I'm already in a boss fight less than 30 minutes into the game. Dark Souls 2, it took me a whole hour to reach the first boss. Ooh, that's attack. I was having a ton of fun with this boss, and for the first time, I reached my first real phase 2. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, you're introducing second phases, huh? There! Oh god. Oh god. Oh, yo, chill. This is the first time there's been a huge difference in how the boss operates, because in the first two games it was more just like a small power buff. The bosses would only get tougher from here on out. Bye, first try. I'm a Dark Souls veteran now, I can't lie. I was actually very surprised that I beat my first boss on my first try. It felt like I had improved since Dark Souls 1, but even more surprising was the concept of embers, which is until you die, you have a health buff. This was a way better way of dealing with health. Like I wasn't even mad that I died and lost it. It's just my basic health now. Okay. I can work with that. I like that. It's fun. Something very small that I loved, besides the Firekeeper, is that they brought back the blacksmith from Dark Souls 1. So it was very nice to see a familiar face for the end of this trilogy. Not gonna lie though, it didn't take me long to find an enemy that I never wanted to see ever again. Ouch. Oh god. Let me heal. God. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. This was a whole ton of fun already, and by the time I knew it, I was at the second boss already. I'm ready for the challenge. I had to fight harder than I had the past couple games and get used to second phases. I can't see. I can't see. GG's, my friend. Is what I'd like to say. Oh, GG's. I was on top of the world after beating this. I even challenged this knight with red eyes and knew I could take him on. Nope. I'm beating you this time, buddy. I'm beating you this time. Nope, none of that. Put that away. I finally beat you this time. I was having so much more fun in this game, and it's mainly because of the combat. It's so good. The areas so far haven't been that different, but it's also the faster pace of the game that just makes it more enjoyable. However, not long after, as I was exploring this place, I did run into a strong boss. I had too many souls at the time, and my first run made it seem like the boss was too strong, so I left it for now for me to come back to later. The only way for standard enemies to have a chance with me was to do illegal moves. Bro, just spammed the same move over and over again. Of course though, I had to be stopped somewhere eventually. Hey, you come here. I wanna talk to you. Oh, not like that though. No, I'm. Huh? No! But for the first time, I actually don't grind to make up for it, I actually just move past it. Now this is where things get a little out of hand. So it was all going well, and I saw crabs. Nothing crazy, but I leave them for now and eventually make it to the other side trying to get past a gate. Hey, oh, we can do that, no. Oh, no stagger at all. Oh, two, yeah, nah. Oh. How was I gonna beat these guys? I don't know. I just wanted to quickly grab my souls. Oh, he's fast. Oh! Help! Oh my god! Oh. Help! So. I've never been pressed this badly in a game in my life. My life flashed before my eyes. But it was time to give the guards another try. Hey man. Oh, bro, powered up. Okay, it's over. It's GG's. Bro, I can't even beat you at base and you powered up. That's going against like rules of fight. You need to power up after I've like given you some sort of challenge. Ouch. No. Since they're gone, I have a chance. That's right, this was my plan all along. Draw them out and just run past them. Come here. Ha! I'm always one step ahead. Now this is a Souls game, so you know what that means. Poison area, everyone's favourite, the poison areas. Thankfully, it was more like Dark Souls 1 Remastered with how slow it was, so it wasn't much of an issue. This area definitely had the most challenging enemies so far. Oh, no way, bro. Bro, he actually rode me. Bro, no, you can't just... How are you not gonna give me any time to even react to what you're doing? Getting used to that was a bit hard, but not too bad. Now, there is something I need to do in this area, but I'm a bit too stupid to know what it is. So I returned back to the other area I just left. But I actually did miss something in this area. A boss. This boss was only challenging because it would make shadow clones, and I didn't know the optimal way to deal with all of them, so I died a few times trying to figure it out. Okay. Oh, they all disappear, okay. I don't think I would have targeted the main one for a few more attempts, but I got very lucky. Beating this boss led me to a new area. One which would have been more of an issue if it was bigger because I had to deal with blood loss, which I think might be the first time I had to deal with that in the Souls series. Now I'm in Attack on Titan. I was expecting this castle to be challenging just based off that, but it had a variety of both easy and hard enemies. Even the giant. Standard rule, big enemy will be slow. But then something strange happened. For some reason I summoned this guy and it was actually a real person. How I knew is because they were lagging. They were very helpful though. They showed me where to go. Even though I died, thank you items please for showing me where to go. Once I beat the knight, it was time for the next boss fight. This was unique. You just had to get the ones with aura, until the second phase where they're all protecting one dude that has the most aura. It was a little difficult because of that reason, but once you draw them out, it's pretty easy. But this boss room didn't lead anywhere, so it was back to the poison area because it had to have something, right? Maybe, just maybe, the 3 giant towers sticking out of the forest are important. This took me to a boss which was really cool actually. I love the concept of one person being the victor of a big battle and I'm fighting the strongest one. This was a challenge. I was getting jumped so hard the moment the second one came out. Is it just range? Bro? What could be worse than 1v2?
Yeah, buddy. You're done. You're...
There was a misinput.
Huh? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I just rushed it, I can't lie. Scared me more than finding out there was a whole second phase. There we go. No! Ah!
You're not on my level. You will never be on my level. Period.
Please! Please stop, please! Give me a chance, bro, please!
It's okay to be number 2. It's okay to be right behind you. It's okay.
Bro, I can't do anything. So far in this playthrough, I've gone for more of a heavier, tanky build, but I had the feeling I'd need to be a bit lighter so I could roll faster. This was like my second form. The moment I had an ally, it was over. Nice, nice. Okay, I see. There we go. All I had to do was learn to roll. This was definitely one of the most fun bosses I had to fight in all of the Souls games so far. It was all going well, until I saw something I didn't think I would ever see again. Pretty much what I need to do here. Oh, not skeletons again, man. They brought them back. It was like PTSD. It's always the skeleton sections that bring me the most pain. In more ways than one. Ah. No! Whoa! No, that is such... Why was I knocked out for so long? I can usually just roll out of it. I'm not doing this. Every single time the skeleton... I'm actually kind of scared. I'm gonna get attacked from out of nowhere, I can already tell. Oh my god! Fuck. The jump scare was genuinely the worst part about this boss, other than not dying in the darkness. But to go from darkness to Boreal Valley, this place looked incredible and I couldn't believe this game came out 8 years ago. One thing that From Software have always done well even in Dark Souls 1 and 2. When you look at a scenery, it just looks really nice sometimes. Like, this is really, really nice. And this game came out when? Like 2015? But I put this place on hold for now. It felt like the last area wasn't fully explored because I wanted to get out of there so badly. But honestly, I should have kept going because I was not ready for what was coming next. This led to a giant cave and it was on site for me. But then, I used my big brain, 1 + 1, use the enemies against each other, right? But one thing I wasn't ready to add up was the amount of deaths I was about to get. Arva may have a contender. Oh, okay, never mind. What just happened? Even though I was learning, it really felt like I couldn't beat it alone and had to summon. And we still lost. I even had to end for the night, unable to beat him. It was a new day, and this boss was going down. Now it took a couple attempts, but then... I forgot he self-destructed. I was so done, so I summoned. In hindsight, I wish I gave it a few more attempts at least because you saw, I could have beaten it myself. I was just so annoyed by the fact that it self-destructed. Before this, I had died to bosses in this game 21 times. But this single boss alone doubled that amount. But then I remembered I forgot to beat the old boss and I knew I could beat it now after beating that guy. Turns out, I just didn't hit it enough the first time. It was time to head to Boreal Valley. It was not easy. It took a bit of getting used to, but once I did, it was pretty fun. I even took the chance to grind a bit. They dropped a good amount of souls. Now, there was no competition. It was so easy. Oh. Huh? What just happened to that guy? Try parrying. Oh. Parrying. Don't even need to kill the other guy. Until the game decided, no, Dark Souls can't be easy. Crazy how the hardest enemies I had to face were human enemies. What are you gonna do now, buddy? You gonna back up, gonna try and heal now? Yeah? Cap! Shouldn't have done that. Oh, now you're running away, yeah, now you're running away. I can heal too. That's such cap that he hit. He didn't hit me that many times, bro. Once again, I couldn't roll fast and it messed me up. I was making sure that if I got invaded again, I'd be ready. And it didn't take long. Hey, man.
Hello. Hi.
But two? Why are there two of you? These two were like a blessing. I never expected to have not one, but two nice invaders at the same time.
Prank him, John.
Hi guys. Help! Help guys! Help! Help! Help me! Help me! Hey, they led me to a death trap. Oh my god. Help! No! I killed one! Guys, what have you... You know what, thank you for the claps. I killed one. I wish I lived for a bit longer because I would have loved to see what we got up to. Unfortunately, I was alone once again. But then, from out of nowhere, the return of Anor Londo. I knew if it was anything like Dark Souls 1, let me just save this place for last. I should do the other areas first, right? Not that they were any easier. The trickiest enemies I've had to face in this game are these jailers, because they drain your health once the light is red and they just stare at you. You could get one shot. I honestly got pretty lucky during this whole area because I should have died way more times. This was more difficult than the next area, but it had the coolest boss fight. Yorm the Giant. Look at the damage I do to him, oh my god. Wait, no. Bro, I do like no damage to him. I had no idea what to do until I saw something in the corner of my eye. I hadn't ever used a weapon in a boss room before, so because I am so smart, I knew it just had to be useful, right? Although I wasn't smart enough to figure out how to properly use it. Oh! This was easily the coolest thing I had to do in the Souls games. Bye, buddy. That was a really cool weapon, I can't even lie. I just wish it did more damage to standard enemies because I would have kept it. Now we had to make our return to Anno Londo. It was nothing like the first. It was still kinda hard, but it was very small in comparison to the first. The boss of this area had the coolest name ever. Aldrich. Devourer of Gods? Bro, what a title, oh my god. Oh! Wow. Okay, so getting hit by those arrows is serious damage. Serious. Thanks. Oh, there we go. Second try. One thing I didn't expect was the option to do a back-to-back boss. Oh, I'm losing these souls. I'm gonna have to say bye. Because like, I have a lot of souls. Don't really want to lose them. Bye. Sorry, dancer, I'm not doing you right now. Not right now. Have 98k. Don't really want to do you. But the moment I came back after spending my souls, the boss was so easy. One of the crazy things about this game is that it always remains so fun, even when I'm nearing the end of the game. I was exploring an area that was the starting area but basically just in a void. The boss is a harder version of the first boss, and let me tell you, it wanted revenge. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Run your hand. Run amok.
Ooh. No, he was right there, but he kept comboing me, bro. Why did you not want to get up, bro? Mid-air combo. Great.
But I'm not done yet. You enjoyed yourself? Still having fun? Answer me!
Let's go! Get out of here, Gundyr. But all good things must come to an end. And it was time for the final location I had to go through. Still in this endgame, I did not want anything to do with these guys. But I had to prove I had gotten stronger. Hit him. Yes! Finally killed one of those. So I got past the dragons, barely. But I saw what was controlling the dragon. Revenge was sweet. But something far scarier than that was waiting for me. Are you serious? Oh! No! I got hasty! This guy though, yeah, he was light work. He was easy. Once I went deeper into the castle, it was just all around difficult. The knights were hard, I had to avoid ghost hands, and I had to fight more humans who are still very hard. It was a struggle getting through this area, but I was able to pull through and reach the penultimate boss, which I actually thought was the final boss. The teleporting was the only issue with fighting the prince, so I knew there was going to be a second phase, which was certainly harder. They were faster and more active, but I could keep up. I did it? I did it first try, oh my god. I didn't get any credits, but I did get a cinder, and I knew exactly where these needed to go. So, I put all the cinders into their respective seats, and I had a short talk with the firekeeper which led me to the final boss. This was definitely a final boss if I'd ever seen one. Get over here. One more time. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh. I had never had so much fun getting tossed around. That sounds kind of crazy, but you know what I mean. I love how he changes the form of his weapons, so one moment he could be using a spear, the next he's using a sword, or maybe he'll be using magic. You never know what you're gonna get. You have to get used to these different situations individually, and it was so much fun figuring it out. Whoa, what is that, bro? Huh? He can parry? I needed to change my armor once again because most times when I'm struggling it's because of my armor and I can't roll properly. So I switched to a lighter build.
Is that all you've got?
Yeah, I didn't mean to actually block with it, I meant to roll.
It's over for me, bro. It's over.
No! Did I do it? Did I actually do it? Oh my god, I actually did it. Oh my god, I was so locked in, bro. I had 4 left. I couldn't believe it, but I finally finished the Dark Souls trilogy, and I couldn't have asked for a better final boss. I actually can't believe I can say I've beaten every single Dark Souls game now. Still haven't beaten every Souls game, but every Dark Souls game. Dark Souls 3 was the most fun I had in any Souls game so far, and even 8 years later, I can see why people love this game. Like, no longer will I be that guy that can't beat Souls games anymore. I've got 4 more left, and we're gonna start with Bloodborne. Bloodborne is a game I was very excited for. This was the first Souls game I ever played back in 2018 because it was free on PS Plus. And I was one of the worst players back then. But it was the Souls game I was always the most interested in. So I feel like I've gotten better these past 3 games and wanted to improve even more. So I thought maybe as a form of improvement I can try and not use summons as much as I have been doing. First impressions, something was wrong. I thought the game was bugged. Why was I in slow motion? The game is just 30 frames per second. To go from a 60 FPS game to a 30 FPS game was such a shock to what I was seeing. It was like, whoa. It was definitely going to take some getting used to, but I was still excited to play it nonetheless. It's a very big shame it's not in 60 FPS. It's like, it's bothering me. I don't remember games feeling this slow. I think I'm just too used to 60, because before I didn't have any issue with it. One of the main reasons being that this game prioritizes dodging as opposed to using a shield. Instead you get a gun, and with a well-timed shot you can get a knockdown, or just create some distance. I was very excited to try a different playstyle with this game. This first area brought back so many memories. Back in 2018, this felt like an endgame level location. I struggled so much with this big guy back then, but thankfully I can say I've gotten better. Man, they really need to make a sequel to this game. Like, there's so much like charm and so much you can do with this IP, but Sony will be like, nah, we don't want new games. We want remasters. We want remakes. Let's remake Last of Us like 5 times. One thing I loved about this game is how the blood in Bloodborne is really on display. You can be completely covered and it makes you feel great, because if you die or rust at a lamp, the blood is gone. I was slowly getting used to how Bloodborne operated and I was really getting into it. I felt so confident that I challenged the first boss.
Ouch.
Oh, probably dead, right?
No, okay.
I really didn't expect to beat Cleric Beast on my first attempt. I felt amazing. I got a new weapon which was going to end up being my prized possession. It took some time to get used to it, but by then I was at the second boss already. The one that bullied me in my last playthrough. This is when I see the real potential of my weapon. Well, you can't see me guys, but I'm beating them. First try. One thing I want to quickly say is how cool the enemy designs are. Not to say the Souls trilogy didn't have cool enemies, because they did, but Bloodborne has its own identity when it comes to the enemy design. This next area though would be my first real challenge. The first thing was enemies that were fast and dealt poison damage, but if it was just that it wouldn't be too bad. Here is the real issue. There was a dude with a whole Gatling gun. I was able to get close enough that he couldn't shoot me, but the worst of it wasn't over. This dude was on a whole different level.
No. Ah!
Oh, no!
Ah!
I stood no chance, but there is no such thing as standing no chance against an enemy. Die! Die! Yes! Yes! Now his item did land in the air somehow, but it respawned once I came back later. I just shouldn't have gotten too ahead of myself. No! It was very hard, but I was able to do it.
There we go.
There we go. This was just a sign I needed to upgrade my weapon. Now it was time for another boss. Let's just ignore the fact that I have a summon. Genuinely, what I wanted to know was if this was important or if it was just a summon. I didn't know. I won't claim the win on the first try, but it is what it is. Don't worry though, the game punished me for it anyway. I got sent to the Shadow Realm. Okay, but like, who took my souls? Like, I know I'm in prison, but like, who took my souls though? This was actually the point where I stopped playing back in 2018 because I found it too hard. So it was not good to be back. I had no idea what was down here. But it was a very good thing I didn't come here, and you'll see why later. It was definitely the hardest area so far. I was fighting through it, but it was just a tad too difficult for me, so I didn't stay here too long. I was able to progress through the normal way because I had bought an item from the Hunter's Dream, which opened the gate to an area that actually wasn't too bad. I did summon once again, but it wasn't with a boss in mind. I just wanted a companion. And we're somehow in the boss room. I don't know how this happened. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I swear from here on out, I actually tried to not use any summons. I don't even know why I summoned anyway. I couldn't progress through this room, so I checked around. And I got very lucky because that vortex looking thing was soon gonna send me into a nightmare. But for now, I am in a forest. It was pretty easy as well as the boss, but it was very useful at the same time. I found a rune and a rune workshop tool, which lets you give yourself a slight buff, and there are more you can find around the world which give you different benefits. Aside from that, I was simply doing side quests until I randomly stumbled upon an area I hadn't been to which needed a password which I already had. These Forbidden Woods are very memorable to me for a few reasons. Firstly, this place was very long and very challenging. It felt like I was killing enemies and it wouldn't end. The location itself had a second phase, which gave me Resident Evil 4 vibes. Bro, actual Resident Evil? Oh my god. These giant balls of snakes were kinda scary to fight as well. There was all around just a lot of variety in the enemies and like no lamp at all. They gave you shortcuts, but because I had been progressing for so long, my perception of how long it would take to get back was so off. To here, bro? To here? Bro, I don't think you guys understand how long this way is still. So when I knew a boss was coming up, I was very hesitant to go in with all of these blood echoes. Just had to be the hardest boss fight so far. 3... Of course I had to bring 160k to the hardest boss so far, 3-on-1. All I needed to do was get back. Ah! I'm not playing. I'm not doing it, man. This was soul crushing. That was about 10 levels worth of blood echoes I had just lost. You know what this means. The main reason I grinded anyway was because I didn't want to feel underleveled in the future. 200k, which gave me 13 levels. But then I also found out about blood gem fortification, which is another way to buff your weapon. Absolute godsend. I could now one-shot or two-shot enemies. I was getting my revenge. The mages looking type ones, they do die a bit faster than the melee types, so hopefully that's the same case here. There we go, got rid of one. There we go. Going after the mage type first was definitely the smart move because once they became one person, it was pretty hard. Bro, what? Ah, I'm not dying here, bro. I'm not dying here. Shh. I refuse to die here, bro. I refused. Oh, there wasn't much in the next area of Bergenworth. It was pretty small, but there was another boss. At first, I thought the way to beat this boss was to handle it the same way I did the Deacons of the Deep, by just drawing them out, but that wasn't working. So, I then thought maybe just try kill all the spiders. I took my sweet time killing every single one in order to guarantee my victory. I did win, but it triggered something interesting. It was the first time I felt like I was getting closer to the end of the game. Oh. Oh my god, bro, what am I looking at? This whole vibe was so different but so cool at the same time. But the enemies were tougher, kinda. Once I got rid of the bell ringing woman, they went back to their original weak selves and stopped respawning. So as I progressed, I just focused on finding that bell woman each time. It wasn't too bad, but one was kinda hard to find. I'm definitely blind somehow. I just heard her. Oh my god, bro. I have no idea what just happened. I had found a cage and had no idea how to get inside it, but I knew there just had to be some way. Wait. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, there you are. Oh my god, you're so annoying. Oh my god, thank god. Oh, I found her. The key I found took me to the upper cathedral, but before that I wanted to make use of the blood gem fortification. Once I did arrive, it was actually pretty easy. Or so I thought. So far, like, the bosses have been like... they've been okay. I'd say Dark Souls ones are better so far anyway. Meet Ebritas, my worst nightmare. What's happening? Oh! I just started hearing a bunch of ringing noises. I was so confused what was happening. I was dying again and again. What? Bro, you have never done that attack before in your life. Why are you starting to do it now? I'm gonna get frenzied. It's never done that before until now, sure. Not to mention, her second phase is the most ear-screeching noise you could ever hear in gaming. But I'm just hearing a bunch of ringing noises and it's so infuriating. Bro, that sound is actually so jarring. The one thing I noticed I didn't like about Bloodborne once it became an issue was the limited healing. Oh my god, I don't even have enough flasks, man. I don't even have enough flasks. I need to buy more. Up until this point, the bosses have been done fairly quickly, so I never really had an issue with healing. But the moment I was starting to struggle and had to have multiple attempts is when I noticed I don't have many attempts I can do. So it was either I spent all my blood echoes to buy more blood vials, or I grind for a while and hope the enemies drop more blood vials. I went down the route of purchasing them just because it was faster, but it only gave me 53 total. So that was either 2 or 3 attempts at most. Should I just summon? If it wasn't for the limited amount of blood vials, I would give it more attempts myself, but I have a limited amount of blood vials. I try one more time. I really don't want to use a summon, but I might have to. It's not even gonna make me like happy that I beat it even when I use a summon. I mean, I'll be happy that it's gone, but like I'll use a summon and it's so like yeah. Every time it's that. Unfortunately, I had to cave in and summon. I could have grinded because I've done it multiple times now, but that was because I chose to do that. Here I didn't have a choice on doing it, I didn't want to do it at the time. It doesn't feel that good to beat it now. Oh, man, oh well. Sometimes you gotta give in, make it a bit easier for yourself. After this, I was simply looking around for a place to go until I thought maybe this giant enemy right here is a boss. Okay, well, I thought maybe I could hit it. Guess not. Is it a boss then? I just need to die to it first, or? They found a way to sneak in the Souls Classic. You guessed it, a poison area. Probably the easiest poison area so far though. Like, I had 100k, but then the amygdala came, so I was technically right, it's a boss. To be honest, I thought it would be a little harder. I managed to find the next area which was past the amygdala firing at me before, but I felt a little deja vu here. So I could never teleport back to the unseen village I was at before, and it makes sense now. It was replaced. This one also had strong enemies, but they were a bit more manageable. Remember this hole? This time, I checked it out. Pikachu? Oh. If I fought this boss back then, I have no doubt in my mind I would have struggled so much. You're struggling, huh? You're scared, aren't you? Trust me, I'd be scared too, buddy. Sorry, you got it done in the first try. But let's fight the actual strong boss of this location. The One Reborn was such a cool name for a boss. It felt like a final boss name, to be honest. No, these things up here, them. It only took 2 attempts, but just like that, we're in the final location to explore. It was a friendly location, so once the bar was full up, I would instantly take damage. I was still dry on vials, so I had to go and grind some more for a while, unfortunately, but is what it is. Weirdly enough, this final location wasn't bad at all. This boss was kinda funny because it was basically just a game of tag. The main difficulty with this area were these frenzy enemies. Oh, I died multiple times, but the reward though? Blood rock, nice. My weapon was as strong as it could be. The next boss had to be scared of me. It doesn't matter if you do that. You dead already, or? Nightmare Slain? This is the only time I had seen Nightmare Slain, and it put the game into the finale. Oh! Well... This old man who basically set me off on my journey, he was the final boss. You ain't staying here for long, buddy. Oh, he's using your gun now, yeah? You can play that game, buddy. Oh, nice attack, bro. Nice attack, nice combo. Sorry, man. I didn't want to have to kill you, man, but you left me no choice. Oh, God. Ah, nice. Ah, yeah. I was close to you, Gunman, I was close. I loved the vibe of this fight. It had the whole student fighting the master kind of feel, even though I only spoke to this guy like 5 times during the whole game. This was easily the most fun I had in any Bloodborne boss fight, and I would have loved more human enemies like this. It felt so fast paced, but there could only be one victor. Oh God. Damn, nice hit. Ah, too far away. Ah, nice. Well done. Oh, you didn't actually... You mercy on me? Let's see what you got, Gurman. Sorry, Gurman. So it had to be that way. It was a good, very good fight. Very, very good fight. I love that fight. I loved my playthrough of this game, and it's a real shame they haven't done anything with this IP because it has so much potential. At the very least, it should have 60 FPS. But now it was time for something completely different. The game I was the most excited for, but also the most nervous for. Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. Some will say it's not a Souls game, but I think at the very least it's a Souls-like. It doesn't follow the standard formula of stamina-based combat, but the strong enemies and bosses are still very prevalent in this game. The main reason I was excited to play this game was because it's all about parrying, and if I can get better at parrying, that would just look really cool and become really fun to me. So, 2 huge differences already. The healing was slightly reminiscent of Dark Souls 2. Firstly, you get a flask, which is the gourd, and you get life gems, which are the pellets. The only difference was that the gourds are actually a generous amount. You don't have to rely on pellets to live. Secondly, there was stealth gameplay, which was completely new for From Software, but it was a very nice and refreshing experience from the past 4 games I've played so far. A shinobi aims to break an opponent's posture. Attacking an enemy is one way to achieve this. When an enemy posture breaks, he is vulnerable to a shinobi death blow. Deflecting an enemy attack is another way to damage their posture. Master Shinobi uses a combination of deflect and attacks to achieve swift victory. Just like Dark Souls 3, it was time for the first boss already, Genichiro. Ah, damn. They do love their scripted boss fights, but this time it actually served a purpose because he's the main villain of the game. So we're past the tutorial phase and we get given a shinobi prosthetic, which is an arm you can have built-in tools in eventually. Another thing which I loved was that the protagonist actually talks. I actually get to ask questions. I always found a story harder to follow when it was one-sided dialogue, so having a back and forth conversation was a lot easier to follow the story that way. But let's really start this game. This game rewards stealth a lot, but at the same time I wanted a mix of stealth and straight up clashes, just so that I can get better at parrying and not have to rely on stealth to get through the whole game. They gave me my first prosthetic tool, which honestly I never used. Perilous attack. Some enemies use unguardable perilous attacks signified with a danger symbol. When these occur, watch carefully and look for to perform a specific response. Two of them, jumping, is a bit easier to learning 3 different buttons to avoid, just make it 2 instead. So for grabs I just jump, as well as for swooping attacks. Ooh. I was caught off guard by the Drums of Liberation? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll be fine, right? Nah. Not gonna lie, dying right after resurrecting, all of your aura is gone. You are no longer intimidating to anyone. But the concept of resurrecting is so cool. Just make a note, this is my current level, and hopefully as we progress through the game, we'll see an improvement in my parrying. Thankfully this time wasn't as bad, and I got rewarded with a prayer bead, which is used to increase your health once you collect 4, and a gourd seed, which is used to increase the amount of times you can heal. Now let me tell you this, the moment it came to enemies that weren't standard soldiers, it was not looking good. Ooh, okay, you're a bit tough. But I was still progressing and get given a bell by this old woman, which is very important. I go to quickly upgrade my gourd while also finding out that I can learn skills, which again, is also very different for these games. The bell the old woman gave me sends me into a whole anime flashback from 3 years ago. But regarding the skills you can learn latent skills and shinobi martial arts, both of which are always in effect, so I want to prioritize those ones. As opposed to combat arts, which is more of a special ability. This whole flashback was basically where you see the protagonist getting better, gathering new tools, learning new techniques, fighting strong enemies, and failing until they succeed. I only have to kill him once. Oh! Alright, it's a bit seriously. I got very scared during that fight. I'll get presents. Death blows provide health. I recover. Should have got that one. My bad, I'll get that next time. I'm gonna focus on that one. The tragic death of the father and why you won't see him in the present story, and the hardest fight of my life. Oh! This fight, way harder than I could have imagined. I was getting better at a very slow rate, but progress is progress. But I'm not actually crying. There we go, one down. Oh. Gosh. No! No! He was right there! He was right there! I got too greedy! Ah, no! A lot of it did boil down to can this random dude stall for long enough, otherwise I had no hope. Alright, get out of the way, bro. You're not part of this fight. Oh, he actually ruined me. Yeah, he ruined me, bro. I'm not gonna even take that attempt. Why is this one guy thinking he's the main protagonist, bro? Get out of my way! I had to come back the next day with a fresh mindset. Even though I was still dying, I was doing a lot better today. My timing compared to when I first attempted this boss, a huge difference. He's going down in the next 3 attempts, I promise. Ah. Ah. Oh, finally! Oh my god! Oh, I was so locked in. I was so locked in on that. Oh my god, bro. One thing I love about Souls games is when you're fighting a challenging boss, it's like you enter flow state for that final attempt that you make. Because you're so locked in and everything is going your way. I end up killing enemies for a tiny bit more just to get 5 levels, so I can get the health recovered on Death Blow's skill, which was incredibly useful in this game. But the fun doesn't stop at this boss. It was time for Lady Butterfly. She was a boss that had fast posture recovery. The game is basically telling you, don't let her breathe. Oh. I learned to adapt. She tried to back away, I was there. She tried to jump in the sky, I was there. What's your next phase? You're not done, I can already tell. No, look at her posture. I was destroying her that round. Oh my god. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Die. Oh! That wasn't too bad at all. That wasn't too bad at all. Lady Butterfly is one of the main bosses, and with that you get a remembrance. These are used to increase your attack power and level up accordingly with the enemies. And with that, the flashback arc was now done. The people in the present timeline weren't ready for me, except Headless, so maybe another time. But there was one thing that I wasn't ready for. The Sunken Valley. The Sunken Valley was basically a horror game. Oh yeah, the snake! I completely forgot about the snake. Oh, you can attack me, I forgot. Oh. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. Oh. I don't know what it was, but after that horrifying experience, I was built different. first try. Another aspect of this game that I love is that a simple side quest can give you something very important. A whole new set of skills which I wouldn't have gotten if I ignored this guy. For the first time I actually applied my soul's logic to a boss fight, which was to stay close and stay behind, and that seemed to be the optimal way to beat the ball. But now I have bad memories. This was the place I got stuck at the first time I played this game. At the top of that castle, hell was waiting for me. So I did everything else before going up there. I got done pretty quickly, to be honest, so I couldn't stall it any longer. But even the way up was very challenging. Oh. Yo, bro, oh my god. These fences were the most technical fights outside of bosses, but they're fun once you adapt to them. The mini boss was out of the way and I learned something new, which is one of my favourite things to do in gaming. And you'll see why soon. Because now it was time to face my fears. The man that was one of my hardest fights back when I played this in 2019. Round 2 was Genichiro. I thought I ran into him, but... I forgot I actually had a cord, so I wasn't going to give up easily. This guy and his bow, bro. This guy and his bow, he loves his bow shots, doesn't he? Damn. That attempt was awful, I can't even lie. Get out, book. Okay. I'm not doing it just yet, no, don't need it. It was only my third attempt, so I was very pleased with that. My main difficulty was his bow because I found parrying his shots to be very difficult, so I decided it was best for me to stay on him as much as I can, so we can't pull it out as often. Ah, that'd be a sweep attack. Ah, I thought for sure I was blocking all of those, but I guess not. Ah, it's gonna use a gourd. This was my best attempt yet, and I had managed to reach the second phase without resurrecting during the first phase, like all my other attempts. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm gonna die anyway, but I got to a second phase in like 5 tries, not too bad. He looks so cool, dude. The lightning of Tomo. Now let me show you the skill that I can do now. Oh, I did it for a second, and then I'm not gonna do it. But I did it for a second and I forgot to throw it back. Whoa, pause. Okay, I may not have landed it, but you see what I mean by how cool it is to parry lightning. There we go. 3 gourds left, not too bad. done? Yo, you're done? No way you're done, bro. Yo, you are easy. I expected it to take around 12 attempts, but I only did it in 7, so I was very happy with that. But now it was time for Act 2 of this game. I meet Lord Ishin, who's actually Genichiro's grandfather, but he's chillin', we ain't got no problems. He was also the Tengu who gave me the skill tree as well. This is where I learned about a sword called the Mortal Blade, which is such a simple but cool name for a blade. We want this blade because we want to sever the immortality, because that's the cause of the resurrection. So Lord Kuro has dragon's blood, and that is used for immortality. So a lot of people would want this, of course. And we want the immortal blade because it's part of what we need in order to sever the immortality. There's more to it, but that's the basic gist of it. So it was time for me to go and find that blade in Senpo Temple. These enemies were a lot of fun to fight, but then I came across something strange. You are an enemy after all. Didn't think you are. Huh? Bro, did I say you could come back to life? What? You could die. My first unkillable enemy. I like that they incorporated standard enemies that would need the Mortal Blade as well, instead of keeping it a boss exclusive thing. But before I even reached the Mortal Blade, I was given a bonus resurrection node, which was extremely helpful later on. But it was back to the main goal at hand, and simply leveling up along the way. The rest of Senpo Temple wasn't too bad. The health on Death Blow's skill carried me through this place pretty hard. The only problem I had were these enemies in a group. But now, there was nothing standing in the way of me and the Mortal Blade. I just had to catch some monkeys. That sounds terrible, oh my god. Get you out of here, bro. Now, there was nothing standing in my way. I also got given the skill to turn enemies into puppets, which would be useful later on, but right now, you already know how to test out the Mortal Blade. Yo. But the sword has aura, you know it's one of them cursed swords that like no one will ever touch, ever. Apart from the chosen one, me. Oh, that's so cool. And like that, I reached the peak of Senpo Temple, and it was done. It was time to return and give Lord Kuro the good news. Basically, he says, nice, but we also need 3 ingredients to go to the Sacred Realm. Except we have no idea where the branch is. Some random person took it. Good luck finding him. And so, I was off on a new adventure to find the 3 ingredients. On my way to the next location, I found something which I knew would be very useful for a certain boss. For now though, I was at the gun fort, and like the name implies, I had to deal with shooters. Ooh. One down. Oh, nice. But I saw this as an opportunity to test out the puppeteer skill. Other than that, I was simply doing side quests and progressing pretty well. That was until I was back in the Sunken Valley. This part of the Sunken Valley, I was not prepared for. Oh, back here again, okay, nice. Hey Snake, I'm sorry what I did to you, okay? How do I beat him? There we go. Good fight, bro. Good fight. This place did have a useful item, a poison gourd. And that would help me with my poison, of course. But the thing that came after... What is this? Oh! Oh! Oh god. Bro, that looks terrifying. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do I do? I've never done this before. I'm so scared. I don't know why. I'm so scared. Okay, go. Oh! I never want to go down there again, so instead, I dealt with a different nightmare. I got this, we got this, guys. We got this. Hey, monkey.
What the fuck?
Yo! No, help! Help! Help me! Oh, I get it. Yo! All the pain and suffering I had back in 2019 flooded back to me. It was going to be a long battle. That one I'm not used to. I'm dead. I jumped, but okay, game, okay. Now I can't see. I can't see. Oh! Thank God. Jesus, dude. Oh! Oh my God. But I briefly forgot one thing. Brother. This second phase was like a whole different boss. The main issue I had with this phase was that he had a terror scream, because I didn't know the best way to avoid it. Oh, move! Please! Bro, I was doing so well. Man. But one strange thing I've noticed about myself is that once I beat the first phase and get to the second phase, the first phase always just seems easier to me for some reason, most of the time anyway. No, I'm not taking it. I don't want that one. Go second phase, bro. The only thing stopping me from winning was that terror scream. So I knew once I got good at avoiding that, it was GG's. The escape was going down. What? No, instead I'm just gonna, whenever he does that, I'm just gonna lock off and run away. It feels like there's no point in trying to grapple at that point. Die! Oh my God! Please die! Die, bro! Oh my God! Finally! Oh, bro! Oh my God! He's done. Oh my God! I was able to secure one of the key ingredients needed. The next part of my journey took me deeper into the Sunken Valley, which had something I never would have expected to see. Wait, hold on. You want me to beat an ape that I just beat? This game is funny. This game is funny. Of course, since I just beat this boss, it wasn't going too badly, since I was very used to it. But it was never gonna be that easy, was it? Huh? Huh? Bro? Two guardian apes. I was used to all their attacks, but it's just when they came at me together where I really struggled. Help! Help! Bro, not two at once. But there's no way, man, there's no way. I was doing well for like the first portion. I don't know how I got that health down. I can't see, stop blocking my view, please. No! There we go. Oh, wait, hold on. I have something. I have this. There we go. 2v1 done. Oh, get out of here, Guardian Ape. I don't want to see you ever again, bro. Once was enough. Twice, get out of here. Die, please. Don't come back for a third time. I actually thought this would take more attempts than the solo Guardian Ape, but it wasn't that bad at all. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, and I got 2 prayer beads for that as well. That felt great. That felt amazing. Die, please. Get out of here. I was about to leave as well, bro. I was about to leave. But the skill that I got after killing them was huge for the future of my playthrough. The next area was pretty easy. I was basically dealing with spirit forms of people. One thing this place did show me though is how much better I had gotten. I was about to say looks like a mini boss. He's like the first boss that I fought. Tanjiro? Bye, bro. I already fought one of you before, I'm not dying to you again. I was passing with flying colors. Ever since I got the Mortal Blade, I wished I could use it a bit more because the red blade is just so cool. And turns out I can. I actually had a skill the whole time when I got the Mortal Blade. You already know I was gonna rinse this technique dry. I had now made it to Mibu village, which was very weird. The villagers kinda just came out of the ground again and again. Once again, another boss I beat easily, but I got another health on death blow skill, which I assume just boosted the one I had already. But it was only a matter of time before I was stopped. The Corrupted Monk. It was fairly difficult because it was a fast recovery boss, but it also did a big chunk of damage if I missed my parry, which would happen because the moment there's an attack, the last swing he does is a bit faster than the other swings, so it throws me off. Mortal Blade. Alright. Okay. There we go. Well, you're gonna have a second phase, aren't you? Please no second phase. Because you're actually pretty hard. There we go. Let's go. Thankfully, it didn't take a lot of attempts, and I got the ability to breathe underwater, which currently is only useful for finding carp underwater for a special merchant. I entered this amazing looking cave and got the second key item I had been looking for. Now, all that's left is the branch. I had no idea where to go until I noticed something strange. I couldn't fast travel to Ashina. I head back to the central hub and decide to upgrade my tools, hoping to be ready for whatever was going on at Ashina. This is basically Act 3 of the game, where the game kicks into a whole nother gear. Why is there a dude running? Oh. Oh. These new guys were very strong. I never felt this pressure to use my mortal blade before, but I felt like if I didn't, then I'll die. Yo, you guys are strong. So am I though. Yeah, maybe not. Yo, they're strong. I don't want to have to resort to using the mortal blade every time, but you know what, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Actually, I had to use my tools now. I hadn't been using them for like the whole game. Once again, the healing on death blow skill was the most useful thing in this whole game. It was saving my life because the rooftops were even harder than before, but this is when I have finally tested out a very useful skill. Hey bro, let's fight. My blade basically becomes a fake mortal blade, and it's so cool. My attacks are stronger and hit from a range. Although, while I was heading up, I noticed something very interesting. The black mortal blade. I wanted this immediately, but I had no clue where to find it, so I had to leave it for now. I saw this guy as a golden opportunity to quickly get the advantage. This skill carried me through the entire fight, but that wasn't the real threat waiting for me. My father, that was supposed to be dead, was back, and he wasn't messing around. This was actually the point where I got stuck in my first playthrough, which is kinda weird because I really didn't remember anything else before this boss fight, but the moment I reached this guy, I immediately recognized him because I couldn't beat him. There we go, one down. 7 gold left. Oh. What? How dare you trick me, bro? Come on. Oh! Thank God. Okay, get out of here, bro. You're done. I was extremely surprised it only took 2 attempts. 2019 me could never do that. Turns out, he was the one that had the branch. With that, everything was now collected, and we could finally form Exodia. I had finally made it to the Fountainhead Palace, the final location of the game to explore. This place kicks off right away. My first ever 3 death blow boss. On a boss I kinda struggled with before. It was gonna be a challenge, but I was up for it. Oh. I thought it was gonna come down later. There we go. Excuse me? Ah. There we go, got one more resurrection back. I'll die. Bear with me here, I'm gonna die. Reason being, I only have 1 gold left. And now I know what to prepare for the 3rd phase. I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it. Don't want it at all. That attempt was terrible. Are you serious, man? What do I do there then? Let's go! Get out of here, bro. Oh, I'm not done with you. Mortal Blade, get the... Oh, thank God. Thank God you're done. And now I'm really in the palace. And it looked beautiful. For me, it's the best looking place in any Souls game so far. The enemy variety in this place was really fun, and it never reached a point where it felt overwhelming. They just had fun ways to attack me as well. I'm in feed. Bro, how do I get out of this? No way, no way, no way. You just die here? Like, there we go. Never do that again, alright? Like, this enemy is probably my favorite type of enemy in the game. Are they from Blue Lock? Bro, why are the... What are they doing to me? Along with the design of the area, which was not only very vertical, but the sheer size was very impressive. There were also a couple familiar types of bosses in this area which were fun to beat too. And I'm glad they gave me some sort of underwater fight, even though it was pretty simple to adapt to. The further up I went into the palace, the more fun it got. I've already said that I love the lightning parry, but this area lets you do it so much, it was so much fun. But now I finally reached it. The Divine Realm, which is where the whole game had been leading up to in order to get the final piece to complete the Severance. Now, I fought some cool bosses along this journey, but nothing compares to how cool fighting this dragon was. How am I supposed to attack him? Oh, there we go, there we go. Oh. I died, right? Yeah. Ooh. Watch this, bro. Oh, I missed. It was such a simple boss. But let me tell you, one thing cooler than parrying lightning... Oh. I withstood it. But you're not about to withstand this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, bro. There we go. Bro, that was the coolest thing I've ever done in a game. Oh my god. I want to do that again. Genuinely want to do that again. I mean, it was very easy, but it was so much fun. So much fun. I had finally gotten everything I needed to complete the Severance. Unfortunately, once I got back, I had found out that Lord Ishin had died. That man Genichiro was gonna have a vengeance buff by the time we fought next time. I was given the key to the hidden door at the start of the game where I first fought Genichiro, but for right now, we're in a full-on war. I belonged on no side. That being said, I took on a side quest, and that was to be reinforcements for some people on the outskirts of Ashina. Along the way there was a boss which wasn't too bad, however, nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to see. I thought I had been sent back to Bloodborne. This did not look like it belonged in Sekiro at all. Instead I headed back to the Twin Guardian Ape cave because it was grayed out, so I had a feeling it would be important. Which it was. The boss wasn't important, but the item I got was what I was looking for. But I didn't want to stall too much. It was time to fight the Demon of Hatred. If that name isn't intimidating, I don't know what is. This actually looks very hard, I can't even lie. First of all, of course I had to have 3 death blows because why not? But also, the moveset was like Guardian Ape on steroids. This was the most I had struggled in this game.
Yeah. I'm still alive.
So close to getting 1 death blow, but not close enough. When does he do? What makes him do a follow-up? It had taken me 7 tries to get 1 death blow.
Sorry, what? Bro?
Well, like I said before, the moment I get 1 done, that phase always seems a lot easier most of the time. This phase I found pretty tricky to get used to because I wasn't sure what the perilous attack was asking me to do in order to avoid it. But the moment I found out it was a sweep attack, I knew how to avoid it, and that was what I needed. Oh! What? Let's go! Oh my god, finally! Oh! Oh! Oh my god, bro, I was so dialed in on that fight. Oh! Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god. This was the hardest Sekiro boss by a mile. It took double the amount of attempts it took to beat the Guardian Ape. The Guardian Ape looks peaceful compared to this. Thankfully, the item it gave me was just what I was looking for, and I was able to fully upgrade my flame tool. I was fully stacked, and it was time to end this game. It was time to settle the score with Genichiro. Oh, you have the Black Blade. You killed me the first time. Well, you didn't kill me. You beat me the first time, I beat you the second time. It's time we settle our score here. Nah, bro, this is how you do it. That's how you do it, bro. Come on now. You're leaving yourself exposed, bro. Come on. Fight seriously. I know you're not dead. I knew it wouldn't be over in the first phase because I only had one death blow, but I did not expect Lord Ishin to come out of his body. Guardian Ape, Demon of Hatred, they're nothing compared to Ishin. Oh, I should have seen that coming. Ah, okay, not bad, not bad. Ooh, yo, he's so quick. His speed was a really big issue for me because I couldn't react fast enough to make the correct movement, so oftentimes I'd panic. There we go, one down. 2 gourds left. Yeah, definitely not happening. This man even pulled out a gun. I don't know why he had a gun, but he had it. This was easily the biggest challenge out of any Souls game on a technical level in terms of adapting and learning how to beat him. That reached me? Ah. Well. Whoa, come on, man. You can't do that back to back when I'm just getting up. His third phase, he brings out lightning, which I'm usually good at parrying. But the pressure was so much that I just couldn't do it. In my head right now, I'm thinking, this guy might be the guy that I can't beat. Stop doing that unblockable move. Yes! Oh my god, finally! Come on, please. 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 Oh my god. Wait, please, tell me he's done. Oh my god. Oh, please, no phase 3 or anything, please. Tell me he's dead. Oh, I almost left him to regenerate. Oh my god, thank you, he's done. That feeling of beating Lord Ishin, I can't even describe. Not only was that one of the most fun bosses I ever had to fight, even though it was frustrating a bit, but it was also my 5th Souls game completed. At the end, I'll go more into why I enjoyed this game, but for right now, I have no words. But now, it was time for something completely different from this. It was time to go back to where it all started. Where do I begin with Demon Souls? You'll eventually see why, but I have a lot of thoughts about this game. So this was originally a 2009 game made by From Software, but a remake came out in 2020 made by Bluepoint Games. I've heard the remake is pretty faithful to the original version, which is why I'm still including it here even though it's not made by From Software. So let's get into it. My expectations of this game was basically just to be a primitive Dark Souls. First thing I noticed is that vaulting is and was a thing in Demon Souls, which is pretty weird because no other Souls game ever uses vaulting ever again. But I'll let you know now, they don't ever use it in this game anyway. But let's move on to the combat and healing. It's like if there was a combat tier list and Dark Souls 2 was at the bottom. Demon Souls is just above that in terms of how smooth it is and how good it feels to play. After I lose to the classic scripted boss fight, I find out that my goal in this game is to kill 5 archdemons who serve the old one, who is the OG demon, who wakes up every few centuries, and it's our job to put him back to sleep for another few centuries. Very simple story if you just break it down. It was time for the first area, and almost right away, I saw something I never wanted to see again. No! I just realized what system is in this game. The dreaded health loss mechanic was back, but because the original one came out before Dark Souls 2, it's even worse. The grass that I used to heal with is limited, and doesn't even heal me for that much. 2 of the things I didn't like from 2 of the Souls games were in this game. Thankfully it seemed like the drop rate was going to be fairly generous. The more I played the game, the more I was getting somewhat accustomed to how the combat felt, until I run into my first strong guy. Oh, one shot! I'm all the way back here. I'm back here. It wasn't worth it having to go all the way back, so I just progressed as normal. As you can see, I just opened up a shortcut. This is what the game operates on. There's only one way you can get a new archstone so you can rest, and you'll see why in just a bit. Nonetheless, I moved onward and found, just like in Dark Souls 2, a ring to reduce the amount of health I've lost, which of course I will never take off. Other than that, not a whole lot happened. I opened the boss gate and it was time for my first Demon Souls boss. They just joined back. It was incredibly underwhelming, but it's the first one, it will only get better, right? Remember how I said there's only one way to get a new archstone? This is the way. You have to beat a boss. Once I got a better weapon, I decided to give myself an actual challenge to try and beat this guy. No! It was quite tough, but I managed to do it. Actual waste of time. Full moon grass is all I got from that. Oh my god. No armor, no weapon, grass. A little disappointing, but we move. It was pretty much just more of the same, just a death here and there as I progressed onto the next boss. This definitely felt a lot more intimidating than the last boss, and there was actually some sort of difficulty to it with the surrounding enemies too. The way to beat this boss was to literally break his ankles. You just gotta keep hitting it again, and again, and again, taking away a bit of health until it falls over, and you can do a bit more damage if you attack the head. It wasn't hard, it's just that because it was so tedious, it increased my chance of messing up and dying. That's the only issue I had. Don't tell me I died, bro. Oh, I hate this game, man. It's so slow. It's so slow, man. It's so slow. Not gonna lie, I was so bored by this boss that I forgot to record the end of it. You didn't miss anything, it was just the same thing over and over again. The negativity doesn't stop there though. We have inventory weight. It's not the typical I'm wearing too much so now I'm moving slow type of thing. It's more like I'm carrying too much so now everything I pick up has to be sent to the storage. For me, this just slowed down the pace of the game. So currently I can't progress through this point. So I went to a different archstone location. Honestly, not a whole lot happened here either. You can tell that I found it easy because I'm not in my spirit form, I'm in my human form. I didn't die along the way. It was time for the next boss, which is actually where I stopped when I first played this game. This boss actually made me use some of my brain, which was incredible. Well, I'm dead. My first attempt went kinda average, but one of the hints someone left was to use a ranged weapon, so I brought that to the next attempt. Wasn't really my thing, I didn't find it that much easier. I was actually a little confused at this point on how to beat it, but I decided, you know what, maybe just take it a little slower, see how it goes. Does that to like get me away from it, right? Although it only took 3 attempts, it was definitely an improvement in difficulty from the past 2. However, after this, my enjoyment just goes downhill very badly. So currently, my thought process is to go through an archstone 2 bosses at a time. I couldn't have been more wrong. So I go straight through to the next area, right? The moment I saw black phantoms, I should have left. I am basically in hell. That should have been a giant red flag that I shouldn't be here yet. But then I encountered the enemies. 5 minutes of straight attacking to kill it. To this day, I still don't know how to beat it normally. My biggest mistake was going down this way and not only dying by falling, but not realizing this is simply just a shortcut to the boss room. I was now down here with 5k souls, which to me was a lot, because gathering souls in this game is actually kinda hard. But this is when I also have a bigger realization that Demon Souls is a backward Souls game. Yeah, the actual like, the bosses aren't too bad. It's the standard enemies and everything else just makes it so much harder. I was terrified to lose these, so now the mission was just get out. I had to kill these 5-minute long enemies just to have some hope of getting out. Okay, we have some hope here. There's a tunnel. I pray there's not another one at the end of the tunnel. Not the loot back, bro. Wait. Hold on. This is not the same place I was just at. I'm at the same place. I'm at the same place. I'm at the same place I was just at. Thankfully, I managed to get out. I think I've done it. I think I've actually done it. Just to deal with more enemies I needed to struggle through. But you can't just let them spam the same attacks and not let me get close. What do you want me to do here? This was 55 minutes of straight panic and stress just trying to get to my archstone. Now the fun part about it, 5k was only 2 levels. I did all of that for 2 levels. But it can't get any worse than that. Right, I decided to go to the next archstone location, which was a prison, and this area was a pretty big struggle. This entire area, the enemies just don't drop healing items. See how many I need to take just to get my health back up. What does this game want me to do, like get through the game without healing? I don't get it. I would have to buy them, which in turn means I can't level up because I'm spending those souls. The game felt like the main character, and I felt like I was the villain going up against plot because the healing situation is so bad in this game. This area was the same thing over and over again. Find the key, go to the next floor, check cells and kill the same enemies, rinse and repeat. But I will say, this area right here with the statue looked pretty cool. At this point, I'm almost at the boss room, but I see this strange guy. He wasn't attacking me or anything, so I left him. But right before the boss, I had to fight my first Black Phantom, which was actually a struggle. Don't tell me that's poison. Oh, I did it! I did it! Whew. Oh my god, that was hard. Now this boss is actually decent as well. She'll summon fake versions of herself, and the green circles only briefly appear at the start, and once you step on them... Oh, please, 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 please! So it was a game of finding the real one. No, that's not. No, please, please, please. I managed to beat it first try, but something was wrong. This is the first time the fog wall hasn't disappeared after the boss was beaten. Am I done once I exit the fog, or like what? What? It's you. No. Please. Come on, man. Why did you make me do a boss twice? I was so frustrated. Not only because I need to fight the boss again, but because of the journey back. I had been progressing for so long that I forgot how to actually get back to where I needed to be. The game is not fun, bro. It's just not fun. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The game is not fun. Have you ever had that point where you've raged so much that the rage is now just silent rage? I was at that point. I finally made it back, and I had a feeling it had something to do with that guy sitting upstairs looking over the boss room, because there was some guy yapping before. If that's the reason, you can't do that in a game where you don't give checkpoints. And you don't give any healing items. It was time for my second, but technically third attempt. Oh yeah. Yay, I did it. I found the idea of something external that can't be reached in a boss room to be the core that it revives pretty frustrating. No checkpoints, hardly any healing. I'm spending my souls on healing, so I can't level up as much as I want to. So if you don't know to kill that guy, your attempt is basically meaningless and you've wasted a ton of healing which you really need in this game. And I did all of that progression, all of that gathering of souls for no reason because I lost them. So there was no point in this area for me. I was ready to move on ASAP, but still it only got worse. My healing situation currently was the worst it had ever been. But there's good news. The enemies don't drop health here either, so that was fantastic. I don't normally restore my body, but at this point I was very frustrated from the past area, so I wanted to wrap this one up quickly. But it didn't matter anyway, because the tunnel was too small to even swing my weapon, which makes me die. Thankfully, after a couple of attempts, I finally made it through and managed to struggle my way to the boss room. To damage this boss, you need to hit the yellow bird on its head, and I didn't know this at the time, but you need to hit the blade in its stomach to make it fall. At the time I thought it was just immune to melee damage, but range it would be better for the situation anyway, to be honest. It's a lot easier. It was time to head back through this place once again.
Listen, I'm gonna crush you.
I've never wanted to stop playing a Souls game more than now, genuinely. The sad part is, I killed a skeleton that I had no idea why was even here, but it respawned anyway. For recording's sake, I was like, okay, you know what, I'm doing the same thing over and over again, there's no point in showing this. Let me just turn it back on when I get back to the boss fight. I restore my body again, and now my spear is broken, so I do less damage, so I needed to go back and get that repaired. I'm back. Who the hell is this guy? I really want you guys to see this here, okay? He's bombarding me, he's getting through my shield, still damaging me. And now I'm dead. That was with me shielding, okay? Now let me show you how much damage he does when I'm not shielded. Bro, he one-shots me. What do you want me to do against an enemy that can not only get through my shield with a few swings, but also one-shots me when I'm not guarding? I was already at the bottom, but that guy can one-shot me? I genuinely wanted to quit this game. The reason these red guys spawned in the first place is because there is a karma system in this game. So each world has its own karma, and if you beat a boss you get good karma, but if you die in your human form you get negative karma. So I've died in my human form a few times now, and what that does is once I have bad karma, it will spawn stronger enemies to make the game harder for me. I'm struggling in the game, so you give me harder enemies. At this point, I was trying to think of everything to try and kill these guys. From running past them, to trying to get them to fall off and die with me. Nothing was working. But then, it finally happened. Unfortunately, I wasn't recording, but this is a basic recreation of what happened. I couldn't be any happier at this point. I just wanted to get to the boss and get out of here now. Bro, you can't hit me through the floor. How? Bro, you can't let it hit me through the floor. That makes no sense. I did struggle a bit because it could hit me through the floor. Okay, cool. Well, that was fun. But finally, it happened. There we go. Tell me you're dead. Tell me you're dead, please. Oh, I can finally stop going to the area. Thank God. I was free from this location. Finally. It was such a pain. It was so stressful. Every single negative word can be said about this place right now. Thankfully, it was only up from here. This place was like a budget blight town from Dark Souls 1, but there was one thing that made it a great area. Please, please, please. Grass! Oh, I love to see grass. Oh my god. I was so thankful. If it wasn't for me being gullible and believing people, I would have made it to the boss with my human form, but it is what it is. I was now at the boss room and I was ready. The only difficulty was that it would heal itself, and honestly, that's about it. How do I stop him from healing? I don't get it. Stop healing! Jesus! I killed him! Please, 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 please. All I need to do is get back now. Right? Okay. Oh, I got it. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, thank you. But now I made my return back to hell and die immediately. But that just reminded me that I needed to do some grinding back in the first location because I needed grass badly. After leveling up, I was able to wield Hiltless, which is the weapon I got from the guy that could one-shot me back then. So hopefully, this boss won't be too bad. That's all I did. It was the hardest boss in the game so far. He does get staggered fairly easily. Didn't even last. I knew I had to take advantage of these pillars because that damage? Yeah, no. We're not playing fair here. This was the first actual time I struggled on a boss in this game. I had died 8 times and I even needed to get some more healing, so it was back to grinding for me. I found out that just beating these guys again and again was very reliable because the knights always dropped some grass and the soldiers would sometimes drop the grass. It was very quick, very effective, and I got all I needed because I refused to have to grind again. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's like he loses focus on me. So, the reason this was different from my other 8 attempts is because when I went to grind, I swapped out the flame ring which I was using for the boss, and I swapped that out for a stealth ring so that I can 1v1 the enemies. And I forgot to switch out the stealth ring for the flame ring again, and turns out this ring also works with the boss, which I didn't think it would. This guy's kinda stupid. You know, he has short-term memory. You gonna turn around? There we go! Ooh, that was good. I will take it. I'm not complaining. The game has been treating me unfairly the whole time. I'll treat the game unfairly back. This area was definitely the easiest, probably because Hiltless is just a really good weapon. The hard part was just knowing where to go in order to break the chain on the other side. Wait, there is something here. Oh my god. I was looking here, I was like, did I go here? No, I never went here. Do I still take damage from... Is it the weapon or... Oh, it's my weapon. Okay. We did it. Other chain broken. Should fall down now, right? So I never checked if I could go down here where the heart fell, but my sight was set on what was above. I really didn't expect there to be any 2v1 boss fights in this game. Turns out there is one. Huh? It's one of these, okay. It's one of these. But I'm stuck. Bro, they made me get stuck. This was the most fun I had on a boss so far. Don't get me wrong, it was still frustrating, but I at least had a challenge that I needed to overcome. One that I needed to adapt to. There we go, tail cut off. Ouch. That hit me? Ah, well. Didn't even get to see the second one. I knew the moment he did that, I was dead. Are you serious, man? And sometimes, you just gotta try something a little different in these boss fights, and then you realize... Now you're off. Oh, you're back on. Great, fantastic. Hold on, yeah, hold on. I want to go up here. There we go, one down. The moment I got rid of one, I knew and the boss knew it was GG. Bro just said, nah, I ain't fighting him. Like, can you hurry up? Die. Oh, thank God. I did it. I did it. Finally. You know what we haven't dealt with in a while? Summoners. That's what this area specialized in. These summoners were an amazing way to get souls if I really wanted them. I even lost 45k and I was fine with it, because that's all I gathered within 2 runs of this place anyway. Another thing I found interesting was the boss of this area. It pretty much only had a gimmick. It was blind, so... Oh, I've won. Bye, bro. Nice. Well, that was easy. I think we can all agree, so far this isn't a true Souls game. It's missing one thing. A poison area. Of course, the poison area was the only thing missing. Now it's a true Souls game. Just like usual, it's not too hard to walk through and get to where you need to be, which as you can tell, I'm in my human form. It wasn't hard. The boss isn't too bad either. It was basically just health drain the boss. But the health drain isn't even that bad either. So, but now we've reached the end game. The 5 archdemons are left. I think it's time we went on a little boss run. Huh? Dragon God. Okay. We're living. Operate. Is there another one to do that? We're just firing crossbow there? Damn! That took a big chunk out. Right now, bro, I don't care for you. This isn't it, right? I'm scared. That's it? What? Okay. This is the boss. Oh, it is. Hey, monk. You're not gonna allow me to kill, are you? There you are. You just a red phantom? Is that what you are? I want to tell you GG's, but like he wasn't that hard. You done? Or do you have more? Oh, you're done. Wow. Look for weapon. Okay, I'll look for a weapon. Give me a storm sword, storm ruler. Oh my god, that is cool. I'm not done with you yet. Oh, this is so cool. Go over here. One more. I'm not done. No. There we go. Storm King's Trophy. There we go. Ooh, not bad. Not bad. That was fun. I really enjoyed that one. That one was fun. We'll see if you're the first one that can kill me. Are you also summoning someone to do your job? Because if so, die. Come on, buddy. Oh, ooh, good damage. Okay. Seems like, oh, you don't move from your post, huh? Okay.
We live humble lives. Leave us be.
No. You know, I don't know why they... I understand maybe the From Software team in the original one developed it like this. But surely you must know. There's no challenge to this, right? It's just like, take a step in, he'll swing, take a step out, swing, maybe get an extra hit in if you can, I don't know. Hey. No! No! How dare you do that? You're gonna try heal, aren't you? Don't do it, Gavin. Don't try and heal. You know what? I'll heal. Because I know you can't, right? You used it already. Good fight, Gavin. I remember you. Not really, but you know what? You are a good shieldsman.
Do as you like.
Oh.
Take your precious demon soul.
Thank you. Thank you for sacrificing yourself for the greater good. All of these bosses were very easy, like the easiest out of the whole game, with this dragon being worse than the Bed of Chaos. But then the final area I needed to go to actually had more going on for it. I actually needed to get through some enemies first, and it was somewhat difficult, but not too bad, and thankfully this place drops healing. This place also had a boss guarding the next archdemon, but this is easily the most fun boss in this game. This was a boss that felt like it belonged in Dark Souls. Oh, he's actually strong. Oh, he got me. Alright. Cool, man. Ah, I have no stamina. I'm not done yet, bro. I'm still here. You better rush me if you want to win. Bye. Good fight though, good fight. That was fun. Challenging, but fun. This was the final path to reach the final archdemon. These black phantoms were difficult, but there was only one that I couldn't kill, so I just left them alone. I did die a couple times on my way there, but once I made it there, I was heartbroken.
Help me! I'm trapped!
I am Ostrava of Boletaria. Accept this as a token of my gratitude. Look at me. Again, fenced in by enemies.
Oh, it's you?
Could you
Bro,
assist
how
me
did you get
one
caught
last
again?
time?
You're in the Nexus. Hold on, I got you, bro. I got you.
Thank you. Rescue me.
You're welcome. You're kind of dying, bro.
Please
Oh, damn.
kill my father. In his depraved state, he can only bring peril to these lands. Inside the mausoleum lies father's sword, the demon brand, twin of soul brand. Use it to bring an end to his madness.
In Boletaria. Wait, no! Not my friend! Only 550? Damn, bro, you were poor. I had to fight the guy I had saved time and time again during my playthrough. We shouldn't be fighting. Good fight. I didn't want to heal for him. I don't know why. Sorry, bro. It had to be this way. Sorry, man. I didn't want to do this to you. But you left me no choice. I remember you, bro. I don't remember your name, but I remember you. Killing him felt painful, but it had to be done. Before I went up to the final boss, I wanted to search for that sword the guy was talking about before he died, and there was only one room that was locked in this entire game, so I knew exactly where it was. Oh, okay.
I am the old king. Show me thy strength and the power of thy souls.
Alright, I'm ready. You don't look very strong, but probably are. 10 damage, I barely did anything to him. Nice. Yeah, I'm cooked. Thankfully, he doesn't really attack, and you only need to get him down to a certain amount, so I was safe. Thankfully. This is gonna be so cool. Oh, never mind, a bit anticlimactic there, but I had the sword, and now it was time to wrap up this game. King Allant. Oh, I have the other one of that. But if I see him do like magical attacks with it, then I know my weapon is faulty. Wait, you can do wind blast with this? Oh, my soul level has been drained? What, to your health or what? To your weapon? Oh, that's so cool. Damn. I never wanted to use that useless sword again. I was expecting a cool attack, but no. I went back to all reliable. Oh. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. You get staggered quite easily actually. Hold on, bro. Ah, my soul level drained. Okay. He's just below halfway. Oh, reliable doing me right. But, in honor of my friend, you know I had to pull it out for the final blow. Demon, it's your time to shine. You got this, demon. Two-handed. There we go. The king has been slain, finally. Oh god. Oh, that felt good. The 5 archdemons had been beaten, and it was time to go and see the old one, which looked terrifying. Genuinely the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in a Souls game, because the sheer size is insane.
Come now, be a good.
Be good. You're telling that thing to be good? I see the real old king in his actual form, and I decided to kill him and put the old one back to sleep. The game was finally over. The game I did not expect to struggle in this much, and I was finally free. It felt amazing to finish this game. Now, obviously, I have a lot of thoughts, and once again, end of the video, I'll let you know what my thoughts are. But now it was time to go from the very first Souls game to the very last. This was it. Every Souls game led me up to this point. This was where I really wanted to prove that I had gotten better at Souls games. So along with the 50 death limit, I also wanted to have a absolutely no summons rule. Not like Bloodborne where like, yeah, maybe I could use someone here and there. No, absolutely no summons at all. I wanted to do it solo and do it by myself and just work hard, keep trying and beat this game and beat this entire challenge series thing, whatever you want to call it. I knew this game was gonna be my hardest challenge. I feel like this is the one game where I'm terrified of resetting.
Oh.
Whoa.
Rise
Yo,
now,
pause, bro. Don't get that excited.
and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
Bro got into his bag when he was doing his voice acting. This is the most dramatic Souls intro I've seen, but it did the job. It got me really excited to start this game. The goal of this game is to kill a family of demigods and become the Elden Lord. And among them, there is one that I am very nervous to fight, and that is Malenia. I've heard a ton about Malenia being difficult, one of the hardest bosses you can fight in any Souls game. So I was very nervous for my death limit. Getting the scripted boss fight out of the way, the moment I stepped into this game, I forgot how amazing this game looked. Now what better way to test if I had gotten better than to fight the first boss available to me, the True Sentinel. The first time I played this game, I couldn't beat him at the start. I needed to come back after I got stronger. But with all my experience now, I was not running away. Hold on, bro, you just got lucky that I got stuck. You got lucky. Well, I'm telling you, I could beat him in 10 tries. Oh yeah, I forgot he did that. Okay. I'm getting better each time, I'm just saying. Ah. Okay. Okay, I'm excited though, I'm having fun. I was dying again and again, but I was having a whole lot of fun because I was slowly learning and adapting. Well, I'm telling you, I could beat him in 10. Pretty sure I can roll into that too. Thought I got hit there. Oh! Okay. I figured it out even more now. Trying multiple different tactics like staying close to his weapon. I'm trying to roll out the way. Staying behind him. Bro got down on his knees to get me with that one. Staying next to his shield. They were all viable options, but it was knowing what was the best in the current position I was in. Arthur's record was a hard one to beat, but the True Sentinel might have done it. No, 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 no. I wanted to end it quickly and I rushed it too much. No. I was about to roll as well. Yes! Oh my god, finally! Oh! Oh, I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it, bro. It took me 44 attempts to beat the True Sentinel. Honestly, it was more than I expected it to be, but I was happy nonetheless. Now it was time to start exploring this vast open world, but walking would take too much time.
I am Melina.
Melina, okay. Yeah, I used to think she was the final boss, but like, she was helping me out for some reason.
Offer you an accord.
Yo, her design is so sick. Thanks to Melina, I now have a horse called Torrent. First thing I wanted to do was have an established build, so I already bought some armor, but I leveled up my strength, which is what I've always focused on, so now I can use a great sword, and I was happy with that for now. Let's move on to the healing in this game, because the healing system is so good. So if you clear out a group of enemies, or in some cases a strong individual, you get a refill on your flasks, so if you have 2, you could go back up to 4. It was just a smart way to incentivize people to explore a bit more, because you're not having to go back to a grace to get your flask back. You can just kill a strong group and then you get them back. It was a very smart decision and I loved this system. It was time for my first horseback battle, which is completely new for a Souls game. Turn on way, yeah? Where you running to, huh? I'm the boss now, bro. Who is that? I don't need a horse. Who said I need a horse, huh? I don't need a horse. While I did beat it first try, it was a different experience, and I thought it was nice to have a different type of combat style in the game. That was pretty fun, it was very refreshing. So I was just going through, beating a couple more bosses. Yes, I fought a literal dragon like an hour into the game. The pace of this game is great so far. I was leveling up and progressing towards Stormdale Castle. But as I was progressing, on my way there I had a very random encounter. I wasn't particularly happy with the weapon I had, so I wanted to invest in something for the future. This is when I run into Rani, who is objectively the best designed character out of any Souls game. And that's all I wanted to say. This is the actual random encounter I had. Deathbird? Oh bro, wait, hold on. I wasn't ready for no boss. Going. Why did it keep doing that? I don't get it. Torrent, don't get scared. We can do this. Never mind. You already know I had to run it back after dying, but it wasn't there. And that's because it's a nighttime exclusive boss, just like the Night Cavalry boss fight I just had. I love how they utilize the day-night cycle in this game because they could have just done it for immersion like every other game usually does, but it's an actual gameplay element in this game. Your exploration during the day could be completely different to what you find during the night, and I love that. So on my way to the castle, I somehow strayed away from the castle and ended up in an area I'm supposed to go to after. This game is very good at making you deviate randomly and just end up in an area you never expected to be. That's just how good the world is and how good the exploration is. But then I got a visit from Melina, and she introduces me to the central hub of this game, which was great. It had all your needs and basically every room had a purpose. But now, I finally reached the castle and it was time for the first boss fight to put me to the test. Margit the Fell Omen. I remember vaguely what to expect because I really struggled on my first playthrough of this game against this guy, but I was expecting it to go a lot better this time around. Alright bro. Bro went to a second phase and said, you know what, you're done, bro. The key to this one was just to roll at the right time. You could have a good run and then a bad one right after, but then it clicked. Yeah, I had a feeling I'd try that. I can't beat. I only use one flask and you're already less than half health. Try smash me. I dare you. Too late. There we go. Oh, that tiny bit of health. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I barely made it, but thank God I did. Now it was time to properly enter the castle. My first demigod was soon waiting for me. It was challenging to get through, but nothing was stopping me from getting to that next boss. You know what's crazy? We do not care. You already know. You guys gotta stop doing this. One of the demigods, Godric the Grafted. Oh, I don't want to be next to that one, I said. Don't know why I stood next to him. I mean, first try, not bad, almost half health. I found him really easy to adapt to, mainly because his attacks left him wide open. Interesting, I can use that space there. My jump attack. Damn, that's crazy, bro. You're losing that badly, you gotta get something else to help you out and make you stronger. Could never be me. Bro, that is such a cool design, oh my god. That's fine. First of all, I need to get another flask. Secondly, I know how to beat his first phase a bit better, so hopefully I should have more by the time the second phase comes. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, flask. There we go. Slam down. Run forward. Oh, too late. I'm too early, sorry. Bye, bro. Took like less than Was that like 5 tries? I had only one bad attempt out of the 4 I had taken, and I was expecting him to be harder than Margit, but with that, one of the demigods are down, with my first great rune gathered and awakened. So if I'm ever struggling, I can pop a rune arc, and that is a limited item, but it's how you activate the rune. Due to my previous playthrough, I knew the next demigod on the list was Renala, so I had to go through the land of Liurnia. However, I wanted to make sure I got the easy areas out of the way first, so I went back to Limgrave and wanted to clear out a bit more. I did end up finding a place that would be important later on, but for now, I felt too scared to go down here, not gonna lie. But then I stumbled upon this castle. It wasn't hard to get through, but it had something extremely valuable. This would be very useful later on. Then I found something which I personally find to be a game changer. Flask of Wondrous Physic. So you have to find tiers, and those give you specific buffs, and those are used in your physic. So you can combine 2 tiers together to make your own little potion. I was simply just going around, clearing out catacombs, which are basically just mini dungeons. I was helping people and beating a boss. This guy told me about a portal to help give this guy something, so I went to investigate what it was. You must be out of your mind. Oh my god, bro. Why am I here? I did not think I would get sent halfway across the map. Especially not to Caelid. I did not want to be anywhere near Caelid. I know this guy said don't do it, but I'm gonna try it at least, you know what I mean? How much damage do I do? Oh! Oh! Oh, you're a boss. So, I finished up my exploration, went back to Liurnia, and was ready to advance to Renala. It didn't start too great. The standard enemies weren't too bad, but I found the bosses a little tricky. Oh bro, he 2-shots me! Killing you, bro. If I die, you die too, bro. Wait, please tell me it counts. Tell me it counts. Who won? Who won? I won. Just like this minor archery boss. Oh, there goes running away. It was all about timing your rolls well, and it took a few tries, but we got there in the end. This is how you get more tiers for your physic. I only explored a bit of Liurnia before going to the Sorcerer Academy, and I stumbled upon a village under the mountain, and I found a certain item.
Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it out of the cursemonger's hands.
Oh, wait, no. At the time, I didn't know the importance of this item, but we'll see whether I get to find out what it's actually used for. But one thing I did find was a portal. I just needed to get past the enemy that was guarding it. I mean, it's not gonna send me to a boss, is it? Oh, I was right at Renala's doorstep. However, I couldn't enter just yet. I needed a key, and I found out where the key is being held, so I was recording this whole time. I've been trying to fight this dragon. It's not been dragoning. I've been losing, it's fine, I've died like 5 times. I started fighting this dragon during the day, and I was still fighting it into the night. I was struggling so much, and it was all because of one move. He's actually doing. What do I do? Someone please tell me, I don't understand. How do I do this? All I had to do was avoid this move a single time, and I knew I would beat it. Oh my god, I actually avoided that. Oh my god. Get out of here, dragon. I told you, the moment I avoided your one-shot attack, you were gonna die. Like, that is the only move that ruined my chance in this fight. This dragon should not have killed me 13 times, but I had to live with it. But with the key obtained, it was time to give Renala a visit. I tested out my Great Rune for the first time and I headed in. And it was kinda challenging. This wasn't even fully into the academy just yet. This is more like the prelude to getting in. It was the first time I had actually used all my flasks trying to reach the next grace. I found one of my least favorite enemies to fight in this game, the Iron Maidens. I got very lucky this time, but if you don't have the health to deal with them, odds are you're gonna die. After this, I had to get through some more sorcerers and a giant pot, But then it was time for the next boss, Red the Wolf of Radagon, which is a name I wasn't familiar with. Woo! Oh, thank God I put my runes away. Ouch. It did pose some difficulty because of the speed it was attacking at, as well as it using magic at the same time it could attack, but overall it wasn't too bad. Before I continued, I wanted to do something that would change my game forever. Not only did I change my armor, but I could now wield the halberd that I got from the True Sentinel. I wanted to be fully prepared for Rennala. There was only one thing standing in the way of me and Rennala. This one black phantom called Moongrom that's trying to be promoted to boss level. I got this. You are oh, I don't even have any left. Oh, I'm dead. I had no more flasks left. But I have the range on it. Oh, death blow of death. This guy's hard. Ah! Yeah, he's got me. You serious, bro? Come on. Yes, finally. Whew, I didn't know if I had enough stamina at the end there, but I did, thankfully. It was a hard battle, but I was able to beat him eventually. But now, it was time. Me versus Rennala. Get down here. Oh. The first phase is easy as hell, but the second phase I was doing well too. Oh! Of course, the second attempt didn't go well because I got too overconfident, but it was only a matter of time until I beat her. Okay, you're a giant. They don't last long, So it's good to focus still. Rennala, I'm coming for you, specifically. There we go. She did not feel like a demigod at all, but that was my second demigod taken care of. At this point, I didn't have a demigod in sight. It was simply a matter of exploring and finding out what happens next. I was just going around, going into actual war zones and collecting boss heads. But then, a new development happened. Turns out, the Grand Lift, which I have one half of, was close by. So I figured I should at least get the Grace nearby for when I have the other half, right? Oh no. Oh no. Ah. I had to find another way. Nothing was gonna stop me from progressing, and that eventually led me into a mine, which was very easy to get through, and even the boss only took one attempt, until I reached where I wanted to be, the Atlas Plateau. It actually wasn't where I wanted to be, but it was gonna be a location I needed to come back to anyway, so can't complain. Interestingly enough though, this is where I stopped during my first playthrough. It's where I'm at in my old save. And I'm level 70 in 77 hours. I'm almost level 60 in 24 hours. I don't know what I was doing for the other like 50 hours. I don't remember the reason why, but it didn't make me feel that great being here. Gorgeous. Hey bud. Enjoying it.
Why are you chasing me?
Just like everyone else. Instead, I decided to do something kinda random and head up towards the manor because I felt like I should go there first. If you can't tell, I'm really trying to avoid Caelid. But on my way there, once I met a friendly giant, it was a little hectic. Oh my, whoa, what? It just rains from the sky? It goes in a vertical line so they can't hit me unless heading directly towards them. Oh, you're there. That looks disgusting, bro. I got jumped so hard. I wanted nothing to do with that place anymore. Instead, I want to go to the grand left from the other location I was going in before I went into the mine. And I was able to make it successfully and kill everyone that prevented me from doing so. I was doing more exploration and dealing with frenzy just like in Bloodborne, except this time I was able to deal with it quickly. One thing I do want to quickly bring up is this catacomb right here. So normally, the catacombs have different layouts, but they're all just one boss at the end you need to beat. This time around, it was one boss at the end I need to beat, and a hidden boss that I could beat as well. So it was like a double catacomb, kinda. They both specialized in speed pretty much, but whereas the first one I took on was more of a standard boss with speed, the second one was insanely fast and strong, but lacked the defense. So it was either I died really fast, or it was gonna die really fast. There was no in between. It was pretty fun, and I'm glad they changed it up a bit from the norm. But then, once I fought this fire giant that looked like it belonged to Shadow of the Colossus, I reached Angel River. So instead of Angel River, I went to Siofra River, because I found that one earlier, so it should be the easier one, that's what I thought anyway. This place looked beautiful. Easily one of my favorite looking locations in Souls games. The main thing I had to do was light 8 torches. And getting through the area wasn't bad at all, so I got that done fairly quickly. Doing the torches activated a way for me to reach the next boss, but that fog wall was looking a bit too big for my liking. So, I fought a different boss I found earlier on. This was basically just an ego boost, because I was ready to fight the next boss now. Who's in here? Oh, well that looks ominous. Ooh, you did a back kick, okay cool. 1, 2, come down. I'm so sorry. And just like that, Siofra River was now done. For now at least. Then I went to Angel River, which wasn't necessarily harder, it's just that the enemies took more damage, and aside from another dragon skin boss, not much happened in this river. But then I was like, you know what? Enough being scared. I will get to that manor. If it's 2v1 against these finger spiders, I'll die. But 1v1, you can always bet on me. 1-on-1 I could take him, but 2 at the same time. I was fighting for my life through this place, but I was determined to get through it. Although once I got past the hand section, it felt a lot easier because I didn't have to deal with them anymore. Even the boss of this place was just a true sentinel that used magic. Now this next place was about to send me down a spiral of chaos. Firstly, I need to fight a dragon boss, which isn't too bad. Turns out it was basically just a test to be able to meet Rani, so you know what? It's understandable. But she gives me a mission to find a hidden treasure in Nokron, the Eternal City, which they haven't been able to find, so we need to find it first with one of her 3 servants, Blide. This sent me down the classic line of go ask this person, and then go ask this person. According to Selen, if we kill the demigod Radahn, then we'll be able to reach the city. And just like that, my next demigod target was in sight. Blide told me Radahn is regarded as one of the strongest demigods. Was I scared though? Kinda. Where was he located? He was going to be participating in a festival in Caelid. But before that, you always gotta have your filler arcs before the story gets real serious.
Would you mind taking a letter to my father?
Of course. I can do that. Bye. You didn't even get to use your second save. I'm so sorry. Cool, no healing needed. Sorry man, I came too late. You weren't even... It wasn't even a competition. I have the letter for you. Yeah, get out of here bro. She wants you to leave. I assume she's gone, right? Oh. It was actually pretty good for training. But now, we were about to go and crash this festival. Once I reached Caelid, it was very apparent that it was going to be harder than the past areas I had been to, but not as hard as I actually expected. I had to deal with 2v1s and even 3v1s, but they were manageable. Caelid is such an intimidating looking place. On one hand it looks really cool, but on the other hand it looks terrifying, because it's just a whole bunch of red and black everywhere with giant enemies. But then I stumbled upon something even worse. Okay, if I start seeing dragons, I'ma get out of here, cause like... dragons? Oh, there's dragons. Okay, well, I'ma leave here. I'ma say, yep, I'm not meant to be here, yep. While searching for Radahn, I hear a mention of a certain demigod. Malenia may blossom into a goddess. One of the first mentions I've heard of Malenia, so that means I am getting closer to the final boss. Now, she's not in the area, but the fact her name got dropped here, it made me kinda nervous. I think the worst thing for me in Caelid so far would be the birds. I just found them a little difficult to hit consistently, and they were just super aggressive if they wanted to be. But the most interesting thing I found was when I saw this. Oh god. Oh, it's following me. I thought I found Radahn early or something, but turns out it's just a soldier-like enemy, but his attack was pretty cool. I went on a bit of a boss run, but then something I couldn't have predicted happened. Right, we're getting closer to the festival, closer to Radahn. He's gonna be my next major boss. I haven't had a major boss for a while now, actually, now that I think about it. The last one was... what was her name? Renala? Rena? I don't know. Wait, where is this sending me? Hold on, I didn't even ask where it was sending me. I just accepted it. Yeah, I'm just go back. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna do it myself. I'll get there myself. I don't like when teleporters send me somewhere I haven't been to, because I feel like I'm gonna miss a whole bunch of things if I do that. What's it? Huh? I guess I'm in the castle now, with godly music playing in the background. I feel like I'm about to fight a god. Oh wait, this is the festival. This is the festival. I had arrived at the festival earlier than I wanted to be. Now I could teleport out of here, but like I said, I'm not scared. I wanted to see if I was ready for him. This was the first time any of the bosses had a whole cutscene to hype them up before fighting them. The chances of me getting cooked was a good 99%. Nonetheless, it was time to see what the strongest demigod was made of. All of the blood leading to this. What even are the blood spots here? Bro, do you know how insane that is, that there is a blood spot here? They started here, and when they got in, it was still enough time to record that they died. I am... what? Oh god.
I'm not scared.
Oh god. Oh, I can use time. Oh! Summon? Nah, I don't need summons. I'm doing it one-on-one. Safe to say, first attempt wasn't that great, but I wanted to gauge how much stronger I might need to get, so I wanted at least one good attempt. But I don't think anyone could predict what was about to happen. Oh my god, his aim. Why is he running? The strongest demigod was running. He was a fraud. It's like he felt my aura and knew I was gonna beat him eventually, because he didn't expect me to come back a second time. That it? So I end up beating him and I feel disappointed. Is that it? That can't be it, surely not. But it was enough to trigger our way into Nokron. Radahn may not have been able to fulfill the role of the strongest, but I was gonna take his mantle and take that title to Elden Lord. I quickly did some grinding for 250k just so I could properly wield his swords. Yeah, I have 250k now, and now I can level up my intelligence all the way to 15. Realistically it's just from magic, which honestly I want to get into anyway. Oh, turns out I like the halberd better anyway. It just had a follow-up attack and the swords don't, so it felt a bit slower, but I at least had the option to switch. I wanted to fully explore everything in Caelid before heading to Dragonbarrow, and I end up finding the Dragon Altar, which lets you use dragon incantations, so I took a mental note of it. Now I know what you're thinking, it's been a while and we still haven't found the classic Souls location yet, but I have good news. You already know what it is. 3, 2, 1, poison. Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rot location, it's just not as cool, is it? This area was only a slight challenge because of the boss, but other than that, it was fine, as per usual. I was going around killing bosses and found easily the coolest catacomb so far. It's just dead soldiers warring against each other, but they were crazy strong. You're that strong? Damn, he actually got me good. He had a delayed swing. Of course, with a hard catacomb, there was bound to be a hard boss. God ahead. God? I've never had a warning saying God ahead. Oh! Oh my god! Oh! He's so quick. He is so quick. That was my death blow. It did that much. That's a basic attack for me. Oh, oh I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Wow. One attack did that much damage? This felt like fighting a god. This was putting up a harder fight than Radahn, Rennala and Godric put together. Half the time I didn't even know what I was looking at. Oh! I was doing well that time too. Come on! Come on, one more hit! There we go! Oh my god! Oh, I was so focused. Words! I was so focused in that. Oh my god. This was the first time I had gotten a golden seed from a boss, which is what you use to increase your flask amount. So the catacomb was incredibly useful. Another thing that was incredibly useful weren't the dragon incantations, but it was actually this magic right here. Clearing poison and Scarlet Rot was huge. Now it was time for Nokron, and much like the rest of the game, it looks amazing. This next boss wasn't hard, but I loved the concept of it. Oh. Oh, it's me! Oh, it's me! Oh, you can do that? I can do that too. You're just not beating the original, I'm sorry. You're just not as strong as me. You're fake. I would have loved this more if the AI was a little better, but it was fun nonetheless. It did get a bit more difficult as it went on because the enemies did a lot of damage, but thankfully I didn't die too much. But then I went along this very random and hidden path and it took me to somewhere way more important than I thought it would. I had found just what Ranni wanted. After beating the boss of this area, I went back to Ranni, and the item she gave me led me through an upside down location and to a tower where I had to fight this guy. Attacking me with your weight is insane. Oh! Oh, help! Help! Help!
You're
oh.
done. Yeah, buddy. You're done.
Yo, you can't just keep doing that, bro. He's still going. Don't look down on me like that, man. Now, he was tough, but little did I know this wasn't going to be the last I see of him. So I was progressing more along this Rani quest line, and I was in Noxtella, another region like Nokron, which had some crazy enemies. Ooh. Oh, they're gonna like discharge each other. Wait, this is the one that I can like attack? There was one I could attack. Oh! Ooh. No! I wasn't in this area for too long and I had to fight this red phantom for Tiny Rani. Yes, she's a thing. This guy was pretty challenging. I knew he was gonna do the lunge. Don't know how. I don't know what happened there. There we go. But it was not as dreadful as what was waiting for me. But first I had to get through Scarlet Rot Helm. This is where that incantation came in handy. It was mainly this that I had to deal with, and then a boss which was only hard because the platform to stand on was so small. Once I overcame that problem, it wasn't too bad. Even the area after wasn't bad, except for the tree spirit god I had to fight once again, but that only took a couple tries this time. But nothing could have prepared me for what boss was about to come next. It was time to fight an actual divine being. Oh my god. Oh! Bro, I was actually frozen in fear. Oh my Jesus. I had never frozen in fear that badly before. That's how you know I was not ready for this boss. What are you? Your design is so cool. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh man. Oh, I'm alive? That bonus health. I'm alive. Huh? Huh? Oh! Sorry, what? I can take it, I can take it. Ah. Can I take it or no? Ah. As per usual, when I struggle, it's typically due to one move. He would teleport and disappear for like a second until he'd either reappear far away or he'd reappear close to you and you need to dodge. No, I can't take that attack. He got me at the very end. This guy felt like he was on a whole different level compared to the bosses I faced in the past. Not because of difficulty, but because of the attacks he was pulling out. Huh? Finally. I thought I was out of range, but I guess not. Just barely inside it. You gonna do the thing now? Oh, you are doing the thing now. Do the blast, do the blast. Oh, you're doing that. Yes! Oh my god, thank god. Oh, thank god he didn't go any higher. I thought I couldn't reach him. Oh. Oh, finally! I managed to finally beat it, but unfortunately I couldn't progress because I didn't have the ring. And I never do end up finding it, so I couldn't complete the Rani questline. It was time to head to Dragonbarrow, which I was pretty scared of because it is Dragonland. Surprisingly, a lot easier than I thought. The main reason being that the dragons don't breathe fire, so it was basically just my punching bag. But could the same be said for the big boss? All I had to do was get rid of the surrounding dragons, and that was it. Huh? I was through, but what was it protecting? The Dectus medallion was now complete. It was time to finish up Caelid for good, and I was ready to face any boss that was standing in my way. Except these small guys, they were kinda strong, so I ran away. But any boss can get it. The boss that I was scared of earlier, no longer a threat to me. Everything was done, or at least I thought. I used all my flasks, but first try though. Oh! Wait, why is he attacking me now? What happened? I thought we had a thing. I had no idea why this man was attacking me after we had been nice to each other for so long, but I wasn't going down without a fight. He even tried to pretend like we were cool now. Nah, you attack me, you're dying. This dude is strong. I did have to get on Torrent to match his speed because he was a bit too fast, but that put me on an even playing field. Torrent, come back to me. There we go. Just like that, Caelid was now wrapped up. It was time to head up the Grand Lift to the Atlas Plateau, one of the few remaining areas left to explore. It felt kinda crazy to be here because I had never been here in my first playthrough. I loved the vibe of this place. It was basically a stark contrast to Caelid. One of the first areas I chose to go to was in the direction of the royal capital. Oh, nah, I'll beat him. You're like tree sentinels. Oh, you are. Oh, that's why. My bad, guys. Now, this boss fight could have been way harder, but the fact that you can split them up gave them no chance against me. It's like all those attempts at the first true sentinel were still coming in handy in this endgame. So I got the grace and decided to explore more of Atlas Plateau. You would expect this area to be hard, right? It wasn't really. I was just killing bosses left and right and enjoying the scenery while I was doing it. Remember when I found Atlas Plateau the first time? I went back to this location and something strange happened. Hello? Oh, it's a dragon. Oh, it's a dragon. I'm good. Damn. I didn't know what had happened to the dragon because it wasn't spawning again, so I had a feeling that we'd bump into each other in the future. Then, it was back to my regularly scheduled boss killing, and along my path, I was starting to head up a mountain, and this whole time, I've just felt over leveled, like no one can beat me. Then, I finally reached the peak of this mountain. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah. I think it actually might be better for me to do this on foot. Ouch. Maybe not. Yeah, the moment I lost Torrent, it was over. It had actually been a while since I died to a boss, so I was actually happy because I would have a challenge now. Never mind, the manor is now in sight. Trying to get to it gave me the weirdest arrangement of enemies, and even the Erdtree was a tree spirit. But I finally made it to Volcano Manor. It had been a while since I've killed a demigod, so I was itching to fight one. After I casually get told to kill my own kind or refuse to be here... Sorry, Istvan. Game's a game, business is business. I was told about a great serpent, Rykard. The next demigod was close by. To get there, I had to go through hell as per usual. Now this wasn't too bad considering it was hell. Even fighting an old boss wasn't too bad. It was a stronger version of this guy I fought on the bridge, but once again, not bad. But then, I reached the demigod itself, where I'm using my full brain capacity to figure out how to beat him. There you go, first try. You just didn't stand a chance, I'm sorry. You were too big. Wait, you're... Second phase? I literally don't have health for this, I'm sorry man. I know you want a good fight, but like, I don't have the health for this. Like, at all. I'm still alive somehow? Okay. What is this serpent killer? Does it do more damage?
Useless weapon. Never give me this again.
Hold on. I need to change my weapon. Wait, what? Turns out, I just needed to use the boss weapon I got from the boss room, which somehow I didn't learn from the past 2 times I did something like this already. But once I figured that out, I think I get it. Oh, it makes sense. Okay, hold on. I can put my armor back to normal. Oh, this is so cool. Yo, this is so fun. I love when you get special weapons. Oh, it's so much easier. Oh, this is so cool. Hold on, I actually need to run away here because there are big skulls coming up. I can't deal with that and do my heavy attack at the same time. Woo! It's so cool. It's such a cool weapon. I love that boss fight. And just like that, one of the coolest fights I had so far was now done, and Volcano Manor was now wrapped up. I then went on a quick boss run in order to prepare for the next area, because I knew it was going to be challenging. I'm going to go out instead, because I couldn't get up because... What the... Godric? You're back? I always confused Margit with Godric, but it was nice to be able to fight Margit again. Like struggling there, man. You have hit me once. You know what, just for you, I'll get on. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, not too bad, man. You can't beat me now. You had your chance, you're not getting another chance, man. But fighting all these past and current bosses just filled me with more confidence because I was getting through them fairly easily. Before entering the capital, there was one last place I wanted to check, and this is where I run into an old friend. Oh, there you are. Oi! I'm getting my revenge on you, bro. No! No! Come on. No. No, not again. No! Oh, he missed. Oh, we still got this, Torrent. We got this. There we go. Told you weren't going to beat me a third time. But now it was time to head into the Lion's Den. The capital, the place the Erdtree resides in. No matter how many Tree Sentinel variants you try to throw my way, I was going to keep beating them. This place was really interesting because it just felt like London Simulator. Like there were back alleys you could genuinely just get jumped and stabbed. There was even a whole sewer system to this place. It just goes to show how much effort they put into this capital, because there were so many different directions you could go in and you just want to explore all of it. Because you never know what you could find. You could find a good item, or you could find a strong enemy that you can beat. So now I'm progressing as normal, but I just so happened to stumble upon a very obvious boss room. Godfrey? The first Elden Lord? Whoa. I never expected to fight the first Elden Lord because I thought I was going to be the first. Turns out I'll be the second. You know, not as cool, but it's okay. This fight was tough, but he left himself wide open a lot, as well as being a large enemy, so it was easy to take advantage of that. But after, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Look, it's so nice and bright, I love it. It's so nice to see the sky, see the Earth tree up so close. Whoa, wait, hold on, that's the door. Hold on, that's the door. The final boss was waiting for me right behind those doors. I don't know who this is. Ah, okay. But I know they're gonna be hard as hell. A summon? Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, it's
what
you!
What is thy business with these thrones?
I beat you once already, bro. I beat you twice already, I'm pretty sure. They got a new weapon. Oh, new weapon. Oh my god. Morgott, the Omen King. The difference between Margit and Morgott is that Morgott will start in what would be Margit's phase 2. You definitely have a second phase as well, don't you? What the hell? Nah. And in Morgott's phase 2, he turns Super Saiyan. No! You are so close, my god. Oh, I didn't realize they were cute. They kept going for so long, I didn't realize. I thought they were gonna stop. Oh. Good fight, Morgott. Good fight. All things considered, it was fairly easy. I was finally at the door. It was time to end this game, or so I thought, because the door is blocked. And we need to burn down the Earth Tree so I can enter. How do we burn down the Earth Tree? This was Melena's purpose, in which she gives me the World Medallion for another Grand Lift. I think I've gotten pretty good at the game. I don't know. I think I've gotten good. Usually it takes me like 5 tries to beat a boss now. And other than that, it'll be like maybe the odd boss could do like 10 tries at most. Never been more than that for a long time anyway. It hasn't been like that. We were going to the peak of the map. Still no Torrent. I miss you, Torrent. I miss you so badly. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, what the hell? Huh? I knew I could backstab them. They really put me in a domain expansion, that's actually insane. She sent me to the trenches. I couldn't see anything. I was actually really nervous because anything can pop out at any second. My point right here. I tried to get out of there, I can't even lie. I saw him charging up and I was like, oh no. But this was just the prelude to the lift. We're now in the land of the giants. This area was not only big, but it was difficult. It wasn't the fact that I was dying a lot, it's just that the enemies had the potential to get rid of me very quickly. Thankfully that wasn't the case for the whole area because the rest was a little easier, but still challenging. I was fighting my way through this area and dying here and there, but keeping it moving until I reached a castle. It was easy, but the boss was pretty cool. He was like the boss from the Scarlet Rot Swamp, except he could do lightning kicks. Can you give me a break and let me heal? Wait, hold on. Oh, go away. Oh my god. I legit can't see. Like, I can't see. They got me trapped in the corner. I'm still alive. Somehow. Kinda challenging, but not enough to halt my progress. The reward for this place was the second half of the Secret Haligtree Medallion, which is incredibly useful, but whether I get to see it or not, I don't know. I was back to exploring the snow region and noticed that Melina had been visiting me a lot ever since the royal capital. It's only at Grace's, but it's been nice to have her around. It feels like we're on a journey together to reach the peak. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows though. Yeah, okay. Okina. Go back to Ghost of Tsushima. Eventually, I managed to reach the peak, but there was one thing standing in my way. Damn, you are huge! Oh my god, you are huge. I wanted to fight a giant ever since I heard it was the land of giants, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, it's gonna be an easy fight. The classic stay inside or behind tactic was gonna work. What the hell? Why? There we go. It was now in my sights. The beginning of the end of this game. To go down. No? My bad. My bad. Let's try that again. Okay. The beginning of the end of this game. That looks really cool, okay, I won't lie.
You shall burn.
The design is so good. It's so simple but so good. Seeing Melina fulfill her purpose was kinda sad. Despite only spending a small amount of time together on this journey to the top, it was an amazing way to send her off. Just for me to get sent to the Gulag. And I'm not joking, I got sent to the Gulag. I was not ready for what was to come. I loved that everything looked very bleak and in ruins, like me and Melina just triggered the end of the world. But it was a problem right from the jump. No, I really can't lock on for some reason. Why are you tryharding all of a sudden? What the hell? Man, why did you try hard at the end so hard? What the hell? I don't know if it's just me, but once I've attempted a strong enemy, I'll keep fighting even though I don't need to, just for my pride. The problem with this dragon was that you couldn't lock onto the feet like the rest of the dragon bosses, so you had to stay locked off, which I didn't know would severely affect my ability to even hit the dragon. Not only that though, sometimes it just liked to troll me. Are you oh my god! Swear to God. It was the first time I had struggled in a while, so even though it was frustrating, you know I love a good challenge. Even as I progressed, the areas were still pretty difficult. The way you moved around this whole location was a lot of fun, and just added to that whole vibe of ruin. One thing that was ruined was my positivity fighting this next boss. The Godskin duo was beating me up left and right. You had one person doing close range and the other doing long range, or in some cases both of them doing close range if you messed up and got too close to both. Even when you killed one, the other would bring them back after like 15 seconds. He delays it for so long, I keep thinking he's gonna do it, but he does it so much later. I couldn't even see. Ah! Oh my god, I actually did it. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Please. Oh, never want to do anything like that again. It was a very tough fight. But it was like one tough fight after another in this place. My timing is so off with this guy. I'm barely surviving it, jeez. Whoa, what? Sorry, what? You know what, fine, I won't heal, I can't be bothered. I already know he's gonna hit me with fire and I'm gonna die, I already know it. Get out of here, man, don't even try to burn me at the very end. I knew that was your game plan. I literally called it as well. Can't say the same for the True Sentinel variant though. Once again coming back with another form like its Freezer, but it was basically the same attack pattern as usual. The real problem was what was behind this fog wall. But before that, I went to the round table and headed to the blacksmith to level up my weapon one more time, just to find out that his memory was fading. But there was one last thing he wanted to tell me.
It was a great heart.
No, don't leave. No.
During my time here.
You were my reliant guy. You were my dude.
Call you this just once before it ends. My lord.
Aww. Such a cool dude. Such a cool dude. I actually kinda felt this because not only am I nearing the end of this game, but I'm also nearing the end of this journey that I've been on. But before his memory faded, he accomplished his goal of forging a god-slaying weapon for me. But even this wasn't gonna be enough for what was behind the fog wall. The beast, clergyman, was back for revenge. But this time, I don't have Torrent. Done a tiny bit of his health. Oh my god. I think it might be the extra space and pillars I could hide behind, but I was keeping up this time. Ooh. This man was a whole catfish. You can't tell me this is the same person. Oh, he took my health. I was in for a long day. The second phase makes the first phase look easy. He could temporarily cut some of my health away on top of him being too fast. I got hit way too fast. Am I dead? It was maybe the first time, or at least the first time in a while, that I didn't know how to win. No, I didn't remember he did that. Going for the blade. Okay, that's fine. No! Until I started staying on him. Each attempt, it felt like I learned something new, like which attacks to outright avoid and how many attacks I will need to avoid in a row. I finally did it. I knew I could do it once I figured it out. I knew it. I knew I could do it. Oh, you can't even hear me. Oh my god, my mic wasn't even... The whole time my mic wasn't even there for the past 40 minutes. I didn't realize my mic wasn't here. Thank god. I finally beat him. It took a while, but I managed to do it. The tree was now burning. The capital was done, and it was time to finish this game. I made sure to change my physics flask to just what I wanted, and now it was onto the archery. But someone had something to say about that.
I knew you'd come.
Right. Oh, it's you.
Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord.
Wait.
What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but
wait,
alas,
I thought...
None shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us.
I thought we were friends. And he had been telling me things the whole game about bosses that I need to beat, just to end up betraying me. We could have been friends. We could have been friends, but you didn't want to be. You're not Ronaldo. You're so lucky, you're so lucky. I underestimated him. I thought I would clear right through this man, but he put up a good fight. What, you can't heal? There was one more boss standing in the way of me and the Earth Tree. The real form of the first Elden Lord. Now I did already beat his spirit form, but this time around, he has more attacks and felt a bit faster, so it did take a bit of time getting accustomed to it. Hold on. Hold on. He's hard. Halfway there. He said, your weight is too much now, get off me. This part right here, dude just thinks he's a pro wrestler. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. He's trying to apply for the WWE. The main thing was avoiding his grabs, and I wasn't the best at that. No! But once I get the timing down for this, that will be my golden opportunity.
Your life is nothing. You serve 0 purpose.
Oh my god, stop! Let me heal, please.
You serve no purpose in life.
Oh, please stop delaying your attacks! Like, when am I meant to roll in that? I don't understand.
I've never seen somebody so
I rolled. No, I can't see. Fantastic.
and give somebody else a piece of that box.
Thank God! Oh, I did it! Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I was finally here. The end of the game. What is that? Oh, it's Queen Marika. You're not Malenia. Who the hell are you? Radagon? Red Wolf of Radagon, which is a name I wasn't familiar with. What the heck? I don't think you understand how confused I was when I saw the name Radagon and not Malenia. Oh my god, Malenia, I don't even want to imagine what you're like. Oh, it's the door. It's the door to Malenia. I had never heard anyone talk about Radagon in my life, so I had no idea what to expect. But either way, I was set on winning. Whoa. Yo. To be fair, my first attempt doing that well and I wasn't even taking it too seriously, that is really good. This boss was pretty much figuring out how long does he hold this attack for, and then the second phase is how many rolls do I need to do. Oh, I'm dead. Yo, I'm already dead. I'm dead. Or sometimes it's just how long can I last until Radagon stops being angry at me. Jesus! I was having a lot of fun with this boss fight though, and there's nothing better than that feeling of knowing you're going to beat them soon and it's only a matter of time. You're not done, are you, though? You're not done, are you? Yeah, oh, god damn it. I don't know why I didn't expect a second phase on the final boss. I did not expect all of this. Listen, maybe I can do the same tactic as I do for dragons and all of that. What the hell? What's happening? Bro, what's happening? What is happening? What is happening? I was going to have to get better at beating Radagon because that thing? But like I've said before, once I reach the second phase of a boss, it's like the first phase just seems a lot easier. What do I do? What do I do, man? What do I do? What do I do? This was kinda true for Radagon as well, when he wasn't angry. How's he still not? Please, calm down, man! Calm down! Calm down! Jesus! Stop! Let me breathe! How? How am I meant to avoid all of that? I want to see if it could reach me if I was under his body. The answer is yes, it can reach me even if I'm under him. But once it clicks, it clicks. Oh, finally! Finally I beat it! Oh my god! Oh my god! I beat it! I actually beat it! Oh my god! I had finally done it! I had finally finished every single Souls game, and the challenge was now done. But I wasn't satisfied just yet. Okay, you don't need to lie to me. I know it's not the end of the game. I didn't beat Malenia. This is like, you finished the game. We don't want you to fight Malenia because like people will rage. We know she's really hard. While the challenge may be over and I could end it right now, there was one demigod I wanted to beat. Malenia, Blade of Miquella. She's the most talked about boss in Elden Ring, if not Souls as a whole. And that was all because of her difficulty, and I was going to be her next victim. I just need to find her first, and to do so, I need the Secret Haligtree Medallion. This area, in comparison to what I had been through, wasn't too bad at all. And then I reached a snow town. Now this was a very ordinary location until I went into the Evergaol and expected a boss, but it was a puzzle. Whoa. Heck? This place had invisible assassins, so I was just running away the whole time trying to solve it. All I had to do was find and light up these statues, but once the seal was broken, it led me to the most interesting location I've seen. A giant tree. I loved this location because it felt like exploring one big treehouse. There were a few instances of it being difficult. Go on buddy, go back up, there we go. Surprise attack is useful after all. What the heck? Not even the final form, Magic True Sentinel, could stop me. No matter what form you take True Sentinel, you will never beat me again, okay? You can become a knight, you still can't beat me. It was the next part of this area that was the challenge. It reminded me of the royal capital with the aesthetic. It took me quite a few attempts to kill all the enemies I want to kill here. Easily the hardest were the revenants, because they're just so quick and so random, you never know what they're gonna do next. But all good things must come to an end. It would be my last little challenge before fighting the final boss I was here for. It was time for my last tree spirit enemy, which actually was a bit of a challenge despite it being my third time fighting this thing. I cleared out the very last area I could search, and now it was time. Okay.
Corpse after corpse.
Okay, I can do this. I can do this.
I am Malenia.
Malenia!
Blade of Miquella, and I have never known defeat.
She's never lost? Oh god, no wonder she's so hard. Oh! Yo! Oh, she heals. No wonder. Yo. Hold on, let me heal for me. No. You don't need any more health. The moment I saw that she could heal when she attacked me, I knew it was going to be a long battle. The difficulty was that even though she gives you time to heal, she has a good attack variety. Some are very fast from the start, and some she has to ready up for. Not to mention this attack. What was that? Why is she charging all of her? I'm sorry. Yo! Her waterfowl dance is easily the hardest thing I had to get used to. Not only does it do a lot of damage, but if I get hit directly, it also recovers a lot of her health. Jesus. That attack, I still don't understand how to fully avoid it. The key to beating her was to take advantage of the fact that she gets staggered. I noticed that once her health got a little too low for her liking, she says, you know what? I don't like you. "50 minutes in, and I was getting pretty frustrated. I'm getting tired of hearing I am Melania, Blade of Mikla. Shut up. Oh my god. I don't care. But I had gotten better enough to start getting visceral attacks on her. So it was progress, even though it didn't matter anyway. I was once again at that point where I had died so much, it was just silent rage. Oh my god, I actually just I don't even know. Currently it was like 3 in the morning and I was very tired, but I was afraid that if I came back the next day, I'd forget her attack pattern because I'd been so locked in for this past hour. Melania, please go away. Like, actually get a life. You sit in the tree all day doing nothing, waiting for your brother to come back when he left you. No wonder he left you, Jesus. Oh, what? What was that? I just want to beat Melania now. I don't care how many attempts it takes. It could take 500 attempts. I am going to beat Melania, I swear to God. But I decided to do one last attempt for the night and see how it went. Oh my god. Oh my god. But shit, the second phase, why? For the first time, I had finally gotten her to her second phase. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. It was my first time, but still, that was huge. It was the next day and I was ready. I was beating her today. I felt awake. I felt positive. This was it. No, I spent about 20 minutes kind of doing the same thing I was doing last night, so I thought maybe I should change it up a little bit. I've never dual-wielded before, but I thought give it a try, maybe it'll work. Maybe not. Didn't do a whole lot of benefit, I don't think. Didn't go so great, so I was back to my shield, but then I thought maybe I should two-hand my weapon instead. My thought process was two-handing my weapon for a bit more damage, and then when her waterfowl dance came, I could just switch out to my shield. It wasn't that smart. Pretty much it just made it harder because now I had to remember to switch out to my shield. Instead, let me completely two-hand my weapon and rely on rolling, but then when the waterfowl dance comes, I can block with my weapon. Now this had potential. Why does she not get staggered sometimes? There we go. Okay. I mean, second time I beat her in her first phase. I'll take it, I will take it. Once again in her second phase. I had to figure out her second phase right here and right now because I couldn't waste this chance. Oh my god, I did it! Oh, I actually did it! I actually did it! Oh my god, I actually did it! Please tell me that's it. Please tell me that's it. Please tell me that's it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I actually did it! Oh! Yo, I can't believe I did that. After 307 hours and 58 attempts at Millennia, it's okay, I already beat the game and the challenge. I finally finished every single Souls game, and I have no words. I genuinely used to be really bad at these games. It's not like I couldn't progress, because I could, but it would just take me many hours to do so. And it was at that point where, because everything took so long and took so many attempts to even beat, I kind of just gave up. I didn't want to beat it. Like, it was to the point where I was just finding them too hard and I just didn't find them fun. But that's different now, because I'm actually capable of beating them. I've gotten better, and it's crazy to say that I beat every single one, but it's even crazier to say that I love these games now. This whole journey was a roller coaster of emotions, and I would gladly do it again. It was a whole lot of fun. Except Demon Souls. I will never do Demon Souls. If you guys are curious to know which boss I found the hardest, here you go. And if you're curious to know how many times I died to bosses in each game, here you go. A total of 570 deaths to bosses alone. But to close this off, I want to quickly give my ranking of each game and just tell you why I placed them where they are. So, just initial impressions right after beating Elden Ring. The decision may change when I'm post-editing this. Dark Souls, as in Dark Souls Remastered, because that's the version that I played. I feel like Dark Souls is a good middle of the road. Dark Souls 1 Remastered, I think, is a great foundation. You learn pretty much everything you need to know in Souls games from this one game alone. The combat feels tight, it feels responsive, and you also get introduced to the fun community. It's not hard, but it's challenging. Even if you're not good at Souls games, I can guarantee you can get through this game. But let's move on to the bad. You can't teleport anywhere until endgame, so running to each area was really tedious. It has a lot of big scale enemies, so they're easy to fight, so I would have liked a bit more variety. And lastly, it has one of the worst bosses in Souls, the Bed of Chaos. The next game, fortunately Dark Souls 2 has to go in D. I'm sorry to all those Dark Souls 2 lovers out there. Actually no, hold on. I changed my mind. Dark Souls 2 is at C. Dark Souls 2, you know I had a huge problem with, but it does do some good things. You can teleport from the start of the game, which was a huge improvement from Dark Souls 1. Despite being the oldest game I played, it still looked amazing, the graphics are incredible. And lastly, there's more variety in the locations. And that's about it for the good. Let's move on to the bad. Health cutting to me felt really pointless. The only thing it did was make me occupy my ring slots with more rings for health, and treat the missing health as health I need for if I'm struggling. Durability was kinda weird in this game too, but that's more of a minor complaint. But easily, the biggest issue in this game was the combat. You drink a flask, it takes ages. You miss an attack, it takes ages to recover. It's a shame because this is the second longest game, and it just ruined my enjoyment. Dark Souls 3 though, I'm gonna put that at A tier. Dark Souls 3 is actually getting a promotion because I don't remember anything bad about this game. The only reason I put it here at the time was because I played Dark Souls 1, 2 and 3 back to back to back. So I think I was kind of a bit burnt out of the Dark Souls theme, but I'm not gonna let that affect my score. I loved the music, the combat, the amazing start to the game, the concept of embers, and lastly, one of my favorite final bosses out of the 7 games I played. I don't have any issues with this game. Bloodborne, I actually expected Bloodborne to be a bit higher on my list, I'm not gonna lie. Although saying that, it's still getting an A, still getting an A tier. Bloodborne. Let's go through the positives. The blood staying on you until you rest or die was so cool. I love that mechanic so much in this game. Blood gems were a good way to upgrade your weapons, and runes as well were a good way to upgrade your player. In a game that incentivizes rolling, the dodging is really good. And the world and enemy design of Bloodborne is probably one of my favorites, to be honest. But there are a few negatives that I have about this game. Unfortunately, the game is locked to 30 FPS, which is a real shame, because this game especially could really benefit from 60 FPS. Limited healing is in full effect in this game. I just think it didn't really add to the game, it kind of just diminished it, because I can't attempt the same boss again and again and again because I'm gonna run out of vials. So I found that kind of unfortunate. And also, I would have loved a bit more customization, but that's not a big complaint. Now, to my first S tier. Sekiro, genuinely one of my favorite games I've ever played. Sekiro, I loved every single moment of this game. From the world, to the combat, to the stealth, the music, the boss variety, and having my personal favorite final boss. the resurrection system, everything about this game was just a whole ton of fun while posing a challenge. The only minor thing I could suggest that could be an improvement is maybe the stealth could be a bit harder, because I think that might have been a bit too easy. That's maybe the only thing I could say. Unfortunately, I went from my favorite game to my least favorite game in Demon Souls. Don't need to say much. Demon Souls don't even get me started on this game. Let's go over the good. Then of course we have Elden Ring. Of course, S tier. I love Elden Ring. And last but not least, Elden Ring. I love this game. Easily one of my favorites, and easily one of the best open worlds I've ever explored. Visually, one of the best looking games I've ever played. The art direction was always good in Souls games, but in Elden Ring, it was on a whole different level. Every corner of the map felt like it had something of value, or maybe even during the night you could find a random boss. The possibilities within this map were endless. The variety in weapons and armor was incredible. The introduction of horse combat was great. I loved having horseback battles. The healing mechanics, easily the best for this vast open world. I had so much fun during so many of these boss fights. Of course there was going to be some reuse of bosses here and there, but I completely understand why they did it. I'm not mad about it. If there was one thing I could say that could be improved, it's maybe, I think the horse combat, while fun, can be improved upon. And with that, everything is now ranked, everything is now finished. If you've played any of these, let me know where you would rank them yourself. I don't even know how well this would do, but yeah, I don't like leaving you guys too long without an upload, thinking that I quit or something like that, which I will never do. And genuinely, I think this journey kind of just taught me more. Like, even though something may seem hard or impossible, as long as you keep trying, you can get better. You can get what you want. And yeah, thank you so much for sticking around and watching this video. It really means a lot to me, and I don't know where I would be without you guys. In the same place, to be honest. I hope you have a good day or night, whatever it is for you, I don't know. But yeah, bye.
My story.